Hello, Internet. I was speaking to Ben. We were having our third class in ethics of our fathers, but we were talking afterwards and I got disconnected. So I told him that we'll stream for a little. And so I said, I'll stream and we'll see if he joins. If he doesn't, I'll bust off. Uh, So no pressure, Ben, but I'm here now and we'll see if you join. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun speaking to Ben and learning with Ben. It's a real treat. This whole corner is a little treat. The Voxer corner is a little treat. I'm having a fantastic conversation with Yosef, following up with a little get together I had with Zevi Slavin from Seekers of Unity. Hey, Mark, what's going on? Good to see you too. Hello, all. So I had Zevi Slavin over to speak, and I had a group of like 20 of us. My parents came, which my mom kept on offering people tea, which was driving me nuts. She's amazing. I love my mom. But I mean, we were talking about the secrets of the universe. So like, no, he doesn't need tea right now. But having said that, it was quite a interesting conversation that I'm still ruminating over. So I'm not going to fully discuss right now, but I'm discussing it with Yosef, and that's fascinating. Benny, I'm going to bring you in.
Okay, no more echo. I think there was an echo for a second.
So we were talking. I asked Ben, and I asked you how your journey has been. And my point mentioning journey, and you could correct me at any point, is you and I spoke roughly a year ago. And I'm just going to stop for a second. We're ballers, Luke, because you brought it to our attention that we weren't streaming. So this is really just a collective balling. So thank you. And Ben, you and I spoke like a year ago around, and you were also beardless, and now there's a beard. I could be wrong, but I sense that has some religious significance. And then I asked, since you and I are learning, and I interact with you online, what about your spouse? And when you answer that, if you can, just because now we made this more public, so I'm adding another framing to this, which is I've spoken in the past about my wife and about her sort of interacting with this little corner. We were talking about that. I was talking about that with Tim about his wife, and Mark had a stream on his great channel of Navigating Patterns, which there was a guy that joined named Richard, and it was also sort of live to see someone trying to like interact with this little corner, one of these corners of this little corner, as Mark mentions. But it was also interesting to see how that happened. So back to you, one that's more specific to Ben, which is how she's taking this religious journey, and two, in that journey, is there any invitation or exposing her to this little corner?
So the two questions. The first one is just in terms of the journey. I would say that it's in a lot of ways it's not different from what we did in the past in terms of trying to, let's say, to put it very generically, live the good life, or just like do the right thing, and like think about what do the right thing. I think now the journey is a little bit, especially from kind of like how I've started thinking about it, as I'm exposed to more and more things, there's just more intentional or holistic in terms of the 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 purpose of things, or kind of like having that concept of the religion as a tradition, as a history that I inherit, responsibilities and things like that take effect in the day to day. So in one way, it's not too different from what we were just trying to do, but it's different in the ways that it is something that we're trying to integrate, be more knowledgeable about. So I mean, I'm doing a lot of learning on my own, but also with my wife, trying to kind of the two of us kind of understand what this whole narrative, what this whole history, what this whole the religion, the Judaism specifically, kind of like means, and what it says, and how it applies to us, and what do we do. And there's so the learning aspect, and the practicing as well, like doing Shabbat and Kiddush, like I said. And yeah, so and I think it's going well. It's kind of like we're integrating that, and keeping in mind just the high level understanding as well. Remembering Judaism, yes.
Has that, and at any point you could tell me to F off because it's none of my business. How has that affected, let's say, within the family, as in parents, in-laws, and how has that affected you within work?
I think would work, not at all. But in terms of my family, I mean, I don't live close to my family, so my family's back in Israel, so I don't live that close. So it didn't. I mean, in terms of, there is a connection that I've never had before, let's say with my brother, in terms of like he's also kind of more interested in understanding, remembering Judaism, the religious aspect of it, for lack of a better word, but just still learning a little bit more about that. Tanya, Rambam, things like that. So we're actually connecting more on that level as well. So when we talk about personal issues that we might have, that is now a frame or language that we can use together to think through things.
And have you guys recognized that you guys are both now connecting on those topics?
Yeah, I mean, we might also we definitely, I think we recognize that, and we might also in the very near future kind of like work through as a sort of a way for us to connect also, because we're so far apart, to maybe like spend every weekend or something, or on a weekly basis, to spend time talking, using that as something that we can connect over, like some kind of book or study.
That's fantastic, and it makes me so happy to hear that you guys both get to also deepen that relationship, like based on that sort of internal wisdom that you guys are both connected to. So it's very beautiful. So Mark asks, so how does this tie into my live stream? Seems a bit different. So now we're going to try to tie it back in. In your journey, your personal journey, you're also doing some of this on Discord / this little corner. So, seemingly you're doing this journey through Judaism, or let's say we're saying remembering Judaism, as Luke so eloquently mentioned. But aren't you going into a very confusing space then to be doing that search, where like people are talking about like Christianity predominantly, but other religions as well, and like a lot of terms are being like thrown out there? Or is the attitude like, I feel like this is like the deepest water, so this is where I want to be doing it? And how it relates to Mark is, do you see yourself inviting your wife into this little corner? And if you did so, how would you frame it? Like, what would you explain to her? Like, I'm trying to think, like, to your parents, like, what are you on? You have to understand there's this other guy, Jacob, and he's Jewish, but like he loves Christians, and like, wait, and who's Father DeYoung? No, it's this other Father Stephen DeYoung. So like, how are you explaining this to them? And again, that was more Christian, but even how do you explain even this right now, right? You were talking to this guy for hours about like our journey. Like, what are you talking about?
I think when I talk to people, when I talk to my sister and my brother, they're going through this. They might have same motivations, same pain points that I have in terms of like they're trying to figure something out, and they're doing it in different ways. They're attempting. They might have form a community somewhere else, or they were just doing it in similar ways. So I just position that as another way to answer some of these questions that I have of trying to figure out how to live the best life, or what am I supposed to do, or to all those things that I have. So it actually doesn't become that foreign. Yes, the specifics are harder to explain, in terms of there's Jacob, there's Chezi, there's all that, but also, I mean, where I'm coming from is that to me this is not necessarily confusing, because this is my origin point. Like my origin is less, to me Judaism can be even more confusing to an extent, because it's very, the depth of it is very foreign to me. That aspect of it can be very foreign but very familiar once I get to know it. So to me, this is actually helps me merge these two perspectives that I have really. So this deeply religious component, which I don't necessarily feel comfortable in, right? I'm not deeply religious. I'm not like observant, technically, but I'm also not deeply secular or whatever is outside of Judaism. It doesn't have to be secular, obviously, but whatever it is, the other things. So that I kind of like merge into that. So that actually complements where I'm at.
There's first of all, thank you for sharing and explaining that. There's a book by Micha Goodman called Chazara Lelot Tshuva.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a play on Chazara B'Tshuva, obviously, like, repenting. So he offers a model. Well, in Judaism, if you are no longer part of the Orthodox community, it's considered that you're off the path, off in Hebrew. In English, it's called, it's a word in Hebrew, but off the derech, right? Off the path. Mm-hmm. And people will say like, oh, did you hear about, Chezi? He's off the derech now. And my attitude and others, and Micha Goodman also, has an attitude of a much wider path, right? A much wider derech where it's very hard to fall off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And even if someone seemingly, and the example is between European Jewry and, let's say, Sephardic Jewry, where in European Jewry you have more of a stark divide between the Kodesh and Chol, holy, mm-hmm. and mundane. However, in the Sephardic traditions, there's more of a flow and a spectrum running through.
So you're saying it's the Sephardi in me.
It's the Sephardi in you, exactly, which we should all connect to. But Micha Goodman says that European Jewry should adapt that model, where I give this example. I don't know if it's too specific. However, you're never going to see, like, there are pious women that are both pious Orthodox Jewish women that are both European or Sephardi. Mm-hmm. And they both read Psalms all day. However, you may find the European mother reading Psalms is also dressed as if she's still like in Europe in a certain way. Mm-hmm. And like no one's allowed to be talking, and like there's going to be a very serious attitude to it. While in the Sephardi community example, you could see a woman reading Psalms. However, she's wearing like a very tight outfit that's more revealing, let's say, and it might even say like sexy mama on it. on her shirt. She's not thinking about those words though. And to her, like, oh, this looks like it's nice glitter. And like, I'm wearing this because it's nice. And there isn't that, like, I could be saying the Psalms all day and I could be wearing this. And there isn't that divide. Now, that's not a judgment whether it's right or wrong. It's more about that there is space for that flexibility. And I when you said that, you're not necessarily religious or like, you're spiritual.
Religious.
I mean, I think these are not that these are old terms, but Jacob is secular, but Jacob is like the most religious secular person.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I go to Chabad. I know that you're not supposed to use those terms. You don't say observant. It's for lack of a better word. I said that, but so that was kind of like I was trying to just create a spectrum.
Let me hit up some of these.
Just to really, also, I just connect to what you asked me also, about my wife and kind of her experience. So that's what I wanted to highlight. In terms of, I mean, she is exposed to, like, we would watch sometimes some, like we watched a few kind of PVK stuff and like some like Pajot stuff as well. So she's familiar with these things and she knows that I'm doing this stuff. But yeah, she just has a different mentality in terms of kind of like what Luke said, in terms of like doesn't necessarily like online community or content. I mean, even for me, this is not something that's necessarily natural. The mainstreams that I go to are just like me studying something, so I'm less. So this is something that is less natural for me, but I do enjoy this. So,
well, kudos for you for like stepping out of your, let's say, natural comfort zone. It's difficult. I see like Plevis over here is mentioning does. My wife has no interest, Luke. In my case, it'd be a mistake to push it on her. Yeah, I would agree. Like my wife is also not. It's hard because you want to say like, well, Emma, I don't know if you know Emma, but Emma is, she's sort of started to hang out more in this little corner. And recently she had a chat and she had her husband there too. And he was like, she was like knitting and he was like sitting behind her and like, she was sort of not like half engaging and he's just like having a kick out of this. But you need to say like, listen, you got to sit down for the next 3 hours and like, we're going to see what happens. It's going to be an experience. And it's hard to explain to someone like why it's worth it to see, because when I saw Mark and Richard speaking, it was frustrating, entertaining, intriguing, all the above. And I can't explain my wife, like, no, trust me. Like, don't watch this show you're watching with this book you're watching. Watch these two strangers argue. Like, eventually there's gold there. But there is gold there. And it, like Plevis is saying, it's hard. It's very hard to have someone commit to that. Kashe.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's because I mean, I also told this to my wife that I keep hearing other people saying that their wives are like, "What are you talking? Like, what are you doing?" And it's kind of like this joke about wives not understanding what their husbands, what their partners are doing when they're doing this. So, and it's really intriguing to me to understand what it is that I am looking for, or we are looking for, that they already that they are not seeing. There's no judgmental. It's just I'm trying to understand the perspective better, like the frame of reference that she has as opposed to mine. And I feel like some other people are kind of like, again, share that dynamic as well. So I'm curious about that.
Can you try to rephrase that?
So I mean, so here's a inside joke that I say to my wife is that
it will now be a public joke.
It will now be a public joke, sort of public, I guess. That she's the luckiest, unluckiest person I know. is that things are very obvious to her, or very easy for her to know, like in terms of what she needs to do, or how to talk to people, or kind of like in terms of just like what's that term in English, in terms of just like being very psychologically stable, and that, and just things seem to be very obvious to her. And what I was telling her is that she's lucky to have that, but on the other hand, it's maybe harder for her to see that other people have more difficulty with things that for her seem more obvious. So even for me, like I grapple, because I dive into things maybe more so, dive into things and going into more detail, than I get into these spots where I need to explain more things for myself.
Okay, but when you say things are obvious to your wife, with much respect and for all intents and purposes, she's the best woman in the world and she's always right. Having said that, is she always right? And does she know? Does it come easy to her? Like, is she not confused? Like, she has the answers, or she's not bothered by certain questions?
No, I think that she is. I mean, I don't think she's like in terms of like stuck to her ways, but it's a different approach. I think.
I guess I'm asking this to myself then. Like, Plebis had a comment over here that, my wife has real friends. Like, she doesn't need to be on the corner. But even as married men, I have a wife and I have kids and I have, like, quote unquote, a life. I spoke about this with Grim, saying how, it's nuts that I would say early on, I spoke to him. I said, like, I'm here, but like I have this whole other life, but like this is like this whole other world. And he was like, no, this is like a real world. Like, this is not like another world. This is like part of your life. You're doing this. And, it's been an hour and a half, right? I mean, some of it, I guess I was learning. I could put that away as like I did that anyways with people, but not really online, and not really with someone that Jacob introduced me to, and like, oh, you should talk to this guy. And like, Luke is over here talking. So it did turn into all of Grimm's virtually not alone sort of attitude. And I don't know if I was feeling lonely, but there was something I apparently was missing. I mean,
I made this point in one of the book clubs, so maybe it's worthwhile just to mention it here, is that I see this, in some ways this is very special and unique, but in some ways it's very similar to other things. So for example, so this is a community, right? We do all things. We had a conference and we try to meet up together. We do this. And I, for example, go do jiu-jitsu, do wrestling. And you do the wrestling, and sometimes there's competition, tournament outside of the city, and you go there and you have a team and you do that kind of stuff. So it is also this community, and people get really excited about jiu-jitsu, right? And they learn about it, and it becomes a community, have friends. And then even my day job, right, like working in tech, and I have a community of people that I have a few communities, and they have Slack, kind of like Discord, and there's meetups in every city, and people are really excited about it, and they have all these things, and they do it in their day job, and they do it after. So people kind of like, and when I talk to my sister, she has her own kind of like thing where she goes and she studies with a group of people, and gets really deep into one thing that is a community, but also helps her kind of like understand better who she is, what she wants to do, stuff like that. So it's all these things that people keep doing together.
What you mentioned about you said your sister's community.
Yeah.
So first, that resonates with what just Grim wrote, that this place is where people are sharing the conversation they've had with her internal dialogues up until now, right? So she's like, I'm looking for meaning, and there's only so much I could have. Even someone that is so I've been in therapy for many years when I was younger, and my dad's a psychologist. This wasn't necessarily because, let's say, you need to see a shrink conversation. More of like, isn't that how? And this thing I was discussing with Yosef also today. Like, if I need to know myself better, to know God better, like obviously I would go through like a psychological path to to only strengthen my utility belt, so to speak, and get to know myself better. So I was fairly confident with myself. Not that I'm like a loner, but I could do a lot of self-analyzing and a lot of like internal conversation, just like I think many people can potentially in this little corner. However, when I see what Grim is writing over here, at some point, I might have been treading water, or I might have been just having like a loop conversation where like, okay, like there's nothing new happening over here. And we mention often like iron sharpens iron. So maybe I needed my iron sharpened. That sounds like sexual, but like maybe I needed my iron sharpened with a different kind of blade, right? And that kind of blade needed to happen in this kind of community, which I think is a little different than the community of frog lovers, which might be like a robust community with Discord and their flag is Pepe.
Yeah.
However, how many Discords are oriented towards, let's say, God, so to speak? And that you'd be like, they're called religions, many of them, right? So I'm just saying, but like in this little corner, the cognitive, like Vervaeke and Paul and Jonathan Peugeot and the other characters and Ian McGilchrist and these conversations happening between like on these small little corners. I think it's a little more unique, and maybe I'm wrong. It's a little more unique than just looking into frogs.
I tend to agree with you, but then again, I'm biased to agree with you, obviously. But I think that is I think that is kind of whereas the different perspective of me and my wife. My wife is not necessarily gonna. She might have the same idea. She might agree with my point that this is important. But for her, the analyzing doesn't happen at this level. She's more concerned with other things, maybe at a lower level, more practical level. But for her, would be a more practical level. So she does agree. She would agree this is important, but she doesn't analyze it. She doesn't analyze it in that similar way, like I do, like you do, and you enjoy, and you have this vad chachamim. Right, she does it on a lower level, or she does it differently, and she acts at a different level.
This reminds me of a Mark. One second, I'm just going to answer Mark mentioning over here. Why should women engage the way men do? This is some crazy equality doctrine stuff. So he didn't say that they should. He just is mentioning that they don't. Yes. And no, we shouldn't expect them to. Having said that, obviously there's experiences, people could share together. And
I mean, this is also this is the integration, right? I mean, like this, like, because as a family, you and your wife are integrated. So you work at one level, she works at another level, and together those two things are working together. And it's your strength and your weaknesses and her strength and weaknesses. And that's how it's integrated. I think that's kind of like also have been a theme for me also in my journey of understanding that the importance of being okay that I need to focus on a level that I feel I need to work more, be more on, and then she might work on a different level, and just because we have different approaches, but we're still integrating all these things together.
I want to respond to Manuel over here that mentions I think people are mainly looking for validation around here under the guise of faith journey. So I don't know if it would be mainly, but let's definitely say that there are some. And I, as part of our Mishnah reading of seeing the best in people, or assuming in their favor, I would say that in order to properly be on a faith journey, one needs some sort of self-validation or to recognize himself or see himself. So I could see some of that happening over here where people, whether it's happening through a random conversation or whether it's happening on people lurking or talking, people slowly but surely want to feel, and this relates to Grimm's comment about virtually not alone. People don't want to feel alone, which also could lead to some sort of validation seeking. I would hope it's coming from a pure place. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't see the difference between validation and a faith journey. So I don't know if that's the right dichotomy for me. Because when I'm thinking of faith as an axiom that I'm working through, and I am looking for validation because because I'm asking questions and I want to discover more and more about it. So obviously I will test it out. So I'm doing validation. So for me, it's not necessarily different, and it's not necessarily validation. I don't know if, so for me, it's not necessarily different.
You need no validation. You need humility to find God. Humility is the opposite of validation. I hear what you're saying. Again, I'm coming at this more from a, let's say, mental health perspective, where I think in today's day and age, and Jordan Peterson talks about this, how little encouragement people have gotten. I think that validation is stemming from that, where people want to feel real, want to be seen. And again, at some point on their journey, then they'll have to learn the humility. But I could still see how both of them could interact. But ultimately, yes, like that, just seeking self-validation is not the proper journey. I just think it's a part of the journey.
Yeah.
We have over here, need to doesn't go with everyone. There are psychological health benefits of the feeling, though. I think the lack of humility, and that is what's cutting them off. To Manuel's excellent point. I think they lack the humility. Yeah, but I would say, like, I don't know, Mark, what you're mentioning over here about them. I think they lack, one second. We did this again too. This is not like our personal live stream. And if it's that way, I'm sorry. Everyone could join the party. I think they lack humility. Okay, but let's say someone's lacking humility. Sure. And I'm not even saying you can't point that out, but pointing that out seemingly could be validation for that person. Being seen by the other, being seen as saying something stupid and not as the lurker anymore, even that is, to them, could feel real. Now, maybe I'm like selling the people short over here, saying like there's a bunch of like sad looking people that just want to be seen all the time. But that is a stretch. Is it such a stretch? Really? Is that such a stretch that someone that is seeking, again, is not conscious, you could say subconsciously he's seeking validation, but are you saying maliciously people with a clear intent are coming in saying, I just want to be seen, I just want to be validated? Wow, this is getting deep. Now the dark arts are coming up. Yeah, so obviously it's a risk. You can't, like we just said, that can't be the journey. My point being, My point being that it could be that as part of an on-ramping or people engaging in this community in the beginning will still require some validation. What do you think about that, Pastor Mo?
So it's interesting that this comes up because I'm taking a class right now about spirituality and death and dying. And one of the things that we've been talking about is how nobody cares about, or people are starting to care less and less about the elderly. And, once upon a time, elders are people that you look to for wisdom because they've been through a lot. And now, like, even taking care of the elderly is neglected so much because there's very little value being placed on that. And I connected it also with motherhood. Like, motherhood is not valued in the same way it is because people aren't having as many kids. And so then women they're more often valued for their physical appearance than for being moms or any other kind of thing that you could do. Similarly with men, it can be valued for power instead of wisdom or whatever. And so I've been wrestling with this idea of, do we need to be valued? Is that like how God created us, is to be valued, but for certain things? And when those things are kind of removed in our cultural identities, then we start trying to seek validation in other ways that are more dysfunctional. And so that's kind of, I felt I needed to come on and explain what I was asking a little bit more clearly.
Manuel, you want to take us into your head?
Well, okay, like validation, right? Like when people are disconnected from God, right? They live in anxiety. They don't understand the world. They see a bunch of things happening. Maybe they get a sense of the bigger picture that's going on, right? And then they're looking for affirmation of what they already know, right? So the primary goal is not a faith journey or whatever. No, they want to get security. And that's what I talk about when I talk about validation. Like, validation is, oh yeah, you're right to have your feelings. You're right to whatever, right? Instead of getting no, you're wrong because the way that you look at the world is wrong, and if you look at the world differently, you'd have different feelings.
Okay, so I just want to, and then Grim, you could take this on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the difference of here, and I'm glad you expanded on that. So when I'm saying, like, being seen, you're saying, like, no, Chazi, I'm not talking about someone being seen. That's all nice and good. I'm talking about the validation of someone saying something potentially incorrect, and you just allowing for that to occur and allowing them to live in that validation bubble, so to speak.
No. I'm not even talking about that, because that's the reaction, right? Like, that's separate from what people are doing and what people are seeking, right? I'm making an observation about the people that come here and the way that they're oriented and what they want to get out of the corner. Now, what happens afterwards is secondary to that. But like, it's mainly, it's just looking for a confirmation of what they already know, because they think they know. Like, that's how almost everybody comes in it.
So I can respond to that. So for me, the reason why I said that I don't see validation as separate from the other thing that you mentioned is because I thought about it like, let's say I'm more connected to God, and practically what that means for me is that I'm learning more. Let's say I'm learning more about the religion and my responsibilities, what I'm supposed to do, what does it mean practically in Judaism stuff. So I'm reading the Rambam, for example. I want to validate for myself if I'm understanding right the ideas behind this whole story. It's the same thing with, like, you can say humility can go both ways. You can say that you lack the humility, but also like lack the humility of thinking that I know exactly what God is, for example. That is why I'm trying to validate that through discussions with other people to see if I'm moving in the right direction. And I think what you're pointing out to is people are both, let's say me and maybe the person that is also trying to validate, but the other person might be just more closed to their own ideas. So it really it's a difference of being more open versus closed. That's at least how I'm thinking about it in terms of how I'm trying to have these discussions.
Graham?
Hi. Hi. I just wanted to be seen and validated. And for Buddy to be seen and validated. And to Mo, I got to say, what you're talking about is the manifestation of enmity for the womb and the warfare that's been waged against motherhood and the family. Manuel, your hermeneutics of suspicion, I suspect, are mostly projection. And guy I don't know, it's nice to meet you.
Manuel, okay, so you're saying, I see like on the comments over here, like, people are giving their explanation of validation, which you're calling, recognition, for example, so let's go back to the first claim, which is a lot of people in this little corner. And I guess, I don't know if you would split that between commenters, lurkers, to people that you see their face are looking for validation, which, the way you're defining validation. So what makes you feel what makes you feel that that's where they're coming from? And arguably you would say, I've seen more than enough of their content to know that that's what they're seeking for, or based on sort of, you see the interaction from the other people validating them constantly.
Well, I see a lot of that happening. Like there's definitely circular but I don't want to go there. I don't know what the lurkers want, but I can tell you, right? Like if you're looking for something specific, you're not really gonna find it in this corner, because like the corner isn't organized enough to present you with like a regular meal, right? Like it presents you with a bunch of random stuff, right? Which is wonderful if you're exploring, but it's also maybe not exploring, it's more wandering, right? Because if you're exploring, you're going in with a purpose, right? Like if you go into the promised land, you go look if you can go there, right? And then you can either have faith that you can get there, or you can be scared off by what's presenting, right? Just to reference a biblical thing. But I don't think there is a thing, right? I don't think there is a honey that people are drawn to. I think there's maybe an atmosphere, right? Like a spirit where it's non-conforming, right? And like I use the word rebellion. Like I think almost everybody who ends up here is of a rebellious nature, right? So they're not fitting in the place where they are, and they're wandering the desert, and they end up at this oasis, and then because there's so much, right? Like there's so many things going on, they just keep drinking, but because they're not grounded, they don't have a way to translate the drinking into building something. That's basically what.
So this, if I remember correctly, when you and Mark talk about, a hierarchy or a structure, right, to build, arguably your attitude would be, because there's no specific honey, and because this corner is not organized enough to be presenting you with, let's say, packages of wisdom, that means everyone that's over here is sort of just like, like you said, exploring. We're in exploring land, and because we're in exploring land, and we know that we're not giving out, let's say, yes, individuals could be attaining wisdom over here, but on the whole, there's not like a menu that you're picking from. That tends to be fertile land for people then to just be seeking validation at that point. Because otherwise, why are you coming over here? It's just sort of to express yourself, and at the best case scenario, be told that you're right. Worst case scenario, be told that, like, great, like, that's also nice. And you're saying in that space, nothing's getting built. Am I understanding correctly?
Well, there's two buildings, right? So there's a building as a space, right? But there's also the building for your personal life, right? And so you need a structure to build within, right? And like it's amazing if you have that structure in your real life, right? But then if you have that structure in your real life, why are you here, right? So there's this tension between that, but like most people, or at least the people that I'm concerned about, they don't have that structure, right? That's why they ended up here. Like I literally do think that when Van der Klee says like I collect misfits around me, it's like yes, right? Like people that don't fit in, they look for a home, right? And this is what they can get, and there's some satisfaction that can be found here, and definitely growth, right? Like I'm not diminishing that there's definitely growth to be found here, but yeah, like yeah.
Okay, so now I hear what you're saying about looking for validation. However, I would still claim that I don't know how conscious it is for some people.
I definitely would agree with that. The unconscious seeking for validation. But I do like what the metaphor you were kind of saying about the promised land and then the wandering. Like, because I think that resonates with me a lot, especially after the Chino event. It seems like a lot of these people, wherever they're at, before they come to this little corner, is like being Egypt. And Egypt seems like a really cool place, ancient Egypt. There's a lot of cool things happening in Egypt, but there's slaves in Egypt. And even though Egypt can be a cool place, it's not fun to be a slave in Egypt. And so they're moving out of Egypt into this little corner, which is the wilderness. The goal is to get to the promised land, but at least they're not in Egypt anymore. And so I think part of some of the people, like what happened in Chino, what Van Donk's doing with Estuary and other things like that, is to try to move people out of the wilderness and into the promised land. But I do think that seeking of the validation, or even just the seeking out of Egypt, you do have a lot of people, kind of like the ancient Hebrews, that were in the wilderness. God, why did you lead us out here to die? Maybe not getting the validation that they want.
Well, they died, right? First of all, they all died in the wilderness, so don't
Correct. I
forget
was going to
that.
say they all did.
And they
all
had
died.
Moses, right? Like the people here don't have Moses. Okay, like that's the difference.
I mean, my name is the English iteration of it, but I'm still Moses.
I would say, well, sorry, Tayo, would you like to share something?
No, you go. I'm still doing more listening at the moment.
I would say that, like Manuel just said, they end up that whole generation dies in the
wilderness.
That whole generation dies in the wilderness, and it definitely isn't a safe space, right? Like there's just like complaining all the time, and seemingly there's sort of like there's a lot of asking for validation over there by the Israelites. Like, this is what we deserve. This is what we want. Like, this is what our expectation is. And Moses is like very much like, you guys are not getting like the idea of this, which was still like the promise to Abraham, which is like, I'm going to be teaching this to my kids. And there's a humility to that. Like, I want to be pushing this forward, and it's not about the me and now. Obviously, there's a slave mentality. We can understand that. But either way, they all die. But in this wilderness, let's say we don't have a Moses, and let's say, for all intents and purposes, PVK is that point of orientation of, let's say, the guy, right? I'm not saying he's Moses. I'm just saying that's the guy sort of that people coalesced around. And maybe I look at this place as sort of when I mentioned like a brave space, I don't know, Jacob calls people out. Manuel calls people out. Mark calls people out. So like there is pushback in this little corner. Would you not agree? And by that pushback, I mean like someone coming for a validation party at some point is going to hit a brick wall.
Yeah. Manuel, do you agree with that?
Well, no. Like they might, and then they go to a different side of the corner and they hide in the corner of the corner. So like no, like they might hit brick walls, but like brick walls don't mean anything if they don't get enforced, right? So
Well, I
yeah.
don't think they'll get I mean, right? The how far can we take this metaphor? But I do think in
The
terms
long
of like,
Bible.
if they're trying to be validated, part of validation is climbing some kind of higher social hierarchy, and they won't climb. They'll find the little corners to hide in, but that's just like
Right.
the real world. Unless you're willing to get the pushback, you're not going to move forward. You're not going to actually get the validation that you want ever and be able to climb that social hierarchy.
Keeping with this analogy and connecting to Jordan Peterson, and it was also the weekly portion, his psychological interpretation of the copper snake,
Mm.
right, being the first version of what is that therapy called? Exposure therapy.
Yeah.
Right. So like those who didn't look at the snake, who wanted to be validated as and say like, no, we're still here. We have Miriam's well. We have the cloud. We have the pillar of fire. We're still safe. And God is saying, you're going to enter the promised land right now. And also through Moses, he's like, I'm moving away slowly but surely, which is also why God gets mad at Moses for hitting the rock. And he wanted him to speak to the rock. I'm moving away from the miraculous, and I want this to become more natural, a more natural process. And part of that process is facing up your fears and looking at that snake and realizing there's going to be snakes in the desert because it's the goddamn desert. And there's going to be snakes in Israel, whether it's actual physical snakes or whether it's, the giants or whatever it is you need to deal with in Israel. That's happening. That's actually going to happen. And you have to sort of face it up. And I would say that's another example of sort of the brick wall when God is saying, if you look at the snakes, you'll survive. If you don't look at the snakes, you're done. Like you're not going to be able to make it through. So I second Manuel's, not that he was saying this should happen, but like if there is a circle of validation, and one needs to be very careful when it's not a case of recognition, right? Where one potentially should be more kind. If it's a place of validation, then I think this little corner should feel comfortable to push back more in a loving and kind way, but should feel more open to push back. And if that wasn't happening enough, I don't see a specific problem with that.
Okay, I'm now ready to speak.
We're all waiting for you.
I've been jumping in and out of the stream between you and Ben and paying attention, but coming back to this conversation seems like something I've got input on. So I took part in the first estuary in London, which I've been working on since I came back from Chino, and this was at Speaker's Corner, and Claire Core, who's infamous in this little corner, was someone that took part in the estuary. She was there in person, and we had conversation. And in the chat, I put earlier that PVK is my anchor to this little corner. And what PVK is modeled is having conversation and listening. And that's different to validation, but being listening and being listened to can evoke a feeling of validation. And there's a spirit. I've said this to a few people. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but there was a spirit of conversation at Chino that I thought was great because people felt listened to, and people. Not that there's always going to be a pushback. You're talking about religious people. Everyone's very passionate about the position that they hold. There's always going to be a pushback, but the pushback, it would be you're pushing back onto something that you've heard, not pushing back onto a straw man version of the arguments the person is trying to make. And that's something that I've gotten from this little corner, and I'm bringing into my real life conversations, i.e. via estuary. So I don't know how that relates to the validation thing, but being listened to and listening to others is a tangible thing that I've learned from this little corner and I've taken into real life.
Manuel, you want to take that and just stress the difference with what Manuel's mentioning over here and what you were talking about validation?
Yeah, so I would call that recognition, right? Like, and yes, right, like you could say that people get a sense of validation from being recognized, like, sure. Um, so I wasn't proposing any solutions. I was just doing a diagnosis of what's happening, right? But one of the things I would observe, right, like when you're in a space where people are looking for validation, right, you will get certain patterns. You'll get certain tendencies, and in the chat they're talking about the whole bit with what's his name,
Richard.
Richard. I watched that yesterday, and I thought the first hour was what they were talking about, but then an hour later they go at it again, and I've had many of these conversations, right? So like the conversation that they had isn't strange to me, and I well, while watching, I was a little bit frustrated because it's like, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Right? Like I have all these ways of dealing with it, but you can see that. Um, well, he literally said it in the conversation multiple times, right? Like, I'm trying to understand you, right? But the means that he's trying to understand is from him, right? So he's not reaching out of himself, trying to participate in the understanding, but he's trying to integrate that in what he already has, right? And what he already has can hold it. And then, like, I'm really familiar with that because I have a relationship with my dad where that often occurs, right?
I think that's
So
what Theo was pointing to in terms of like even my conversation with Theo, like, and with other people in Chino, is that we were both validating, you can talk like recognizing each other or having this conversation from, and we had similarities in the perspective that we held, but really it was the thing beyond us that we were pointing towards, right? The logos that we were both kind of moving towards, and that was, I think, that kind of like Manuel, what you said, is outside of yourself, because you recognize there is something outside of yourself.
Manuel, in the infamous Richard conversation,
on Mark's channel, Navigating Patterns, by the way.
Navigating Patterns.
I'm serious. Everybody should check that out, right? Not for what is being said, but for the dynamics that are playing out. And you can see the struggle, right? Because there's multiple people that try to appeal to him. You can see the struggle that they have by trying to reach this guy, and him basically stonewalling, and then he's reflecting to them that he feels being stonewalled, right? So and this is the mirror thing, right? Like, so he's trying to read into the actions things that aren't happening, and you need to do that if you have a model that's basically requiring other people to have all of these motivations that you can analyze. Well, and
So-
well, it's being talked about in the conversation.
Something I was going to mention, but I see Plebis also talks about it as well. So, okay, I agree with you. Also seeing that stream, that, like, you know, like you just said, Richard was coming from sort of his own position and trying to be like, well, I don't get you. And you're saying, well, listen, Richard, you got to move away, you know, your own pattern. You got to sort of adapt ours to be able to be part of this conversation. Now, eventually, he just shut up and listened and was just like being part of it. However, and Mark, you're great. You're awesome. Keep it up. My question to you would be, Manuel, watching that conversation, how best do you think it should have been handled? Like, do you think there should have been stopped for a second and said, and take into consideration that it's a 4-hour stream about not one specific topic. So it wasn't like Mark's like, I can't stop talking now. If I stop talking now, like, I'm going to miss my bus. So it could have been like, hey, Richard, okay, what are you trying to say? And like in a very calm and relaxed voice, be like, X, 1, 2, 3, X, Y, Z. Now, what I felt personally was he was being, like, you know, very difficult, but the the crew around is being like, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're just not getting it. And it could be like, yeah, guys, he's not getting it. So like, do
Okay.
we want to help him get it? Or is it just going to be
that was happening the whole time. Right?
Yes, I agree with you. What I'm wondering about is, was it done? And you could be like, well, it could always be done better. I just don't think there was a sense of we weren't being, and by say we, because I feel like part of the collective, I don't think we were being generous enough to him. And that doesn't mean we can't push back, and that doesn't mean we can't explain.
Well, what does it mean to be generous? Like, I don't know.
Generous,
understand that.
I think. Well, maybe I'll use the wrong word, because you could be like, he was generous. No one kicked him off. He was on the stream, and it was all.
No. I just want to know. You're pointing at something. Like, what are you pointing
Well,
at?
I think it would have been like, hey, Richard, it seems like you're really getting upset right now. So let's first tone it down for a second. And again, let me explain to you where we're coming from, and let me try to explain to you where you're coming
That
from.
happened multiple times.
So for me, it seemed like it was very sort of like, either you get it or you don't. And like, we can't, I know I'm going to say like, we can't be bothered to explain to you, even though they were explaining many times, but, and we don't have to, yeah, sure. We don't have to harp on it too much. I felt that it was too intense for someone coming in, and I could be wrong. Maybe he was there many times.
No. Like first of all, right? Like you have. There was many points given opportunity for de-escalation, right? Like if you talk to me and Mark, like you can always de-escalate. Like we're ready to hop on a different track at any point in the conversation, right? So like that's not the problem, and like it happened, right? Like he was quiet, right? So the de-escalation did happen, maybe not in the way that you'd like to see, but like it happened, right? And so they they were talking about it, like, why are you in this conversation, right? And like that's where I go to, right? It's like, okay, like you have a motivation for being here. Obviously he didn't have a good relationship to his motivation, but like they even explored that in the conversation, right? But you have to say, well, what do you want to do here, right? Like, how can I participate with you, right? And then that also happened, right? Like at a certain point, it was like, yeah, we kind of cannot participate, right? Like the way that you're framing how you are with us doesn't work. Like it literally doesn't work.
So I'm reading what Mark is mentioning over here. Chazi, love you, man. But really, just because the comment didn't go the way you want doesn't mean it could have gone better. If you can do it better, do it. No one is going to complain on my side. So first off, again, this is not an attack on you, Mark. It's not even an attack. It's a critique on us. That's why I use like the word us. It's not you. I'm using you as an example there. But and maybe I couldn't have better. Maybe he was just too problematic. And this sort of relates to what I was talking to Ben in the beginning and talking, let's say, to Tim, which is, no one's worried talking to Paul, right? Anything you're going to tell him, he's going to giggle, he's going to laugh, he's going to make you feel like you're a great person. So like, awesome.
They say that's negative.
I don't know if I could do it necessarily better. I guess my attitude would be, and Ben and I were just learning about this in the ethics of our fathers, right? Should we assume the best in people? And then there's like an interpretation. Well, if you see someone's a bad actor, then like, is it true? Should you still assume the best in him? So
what does that even mean, to assume the best in someone?
As in, you see someone like Richard.
That's also
but the fact that someone is engaging means that's implicit, right? Like if you're engaging an effort, I can
assume you're engaging in bad faith, and I could assume
nobody engaged in bad faith in that conversation except maybe Richard at some point.
Right. Oh, so exactly. It would be Richard was being difficult, let's say, right? So you could, my point being is like, okay, there's a level of asshole there, but I want to remove the level of asshole and be like, but there's really a curious person that wants to understand. That's what I'm going to
You don't get to do that. They have to do that themselves.
well, we could try to bring it out in them if we're interested. Now you could be like,
No,
well,
God can do that. Like you got to tone it down a bit there, dude. Like
what about
What?
bringing it out of people? You don't
yeah,
think-
like that's magic. Like that's no good. Like
Well,
no.
PVK is a magician then.
Yes.
Well,
That
expand on that more. You're saying what you're saying, Kazi, is very difficult to do, and let's say far and few between.
No, it's not difficult to do. It's manipulation. And I think while it can work, like it's more likely to corrupt. And I'm just against it. Like flat out.
Corrupt in what way?
Like it's your will. It's not God's will.
What, to
That's-
draw the good out of other people?
I think
That's-
that's
Yes. You're drawing your good out of it, not God's good.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, my job is to love thy neighbor as yourself, right? And I'm supposed to look at the other one and see God's image in him. Okay, and
Right.
I'm trying to. That's the point I'm trying to connect to. And when I'm trying to assume, let's say, the best in that conversation, let's say the Richard conversation, I'm trying to. Now, that doesn't mean forever, right? I'm not insane. He could keep on like yelling like a horrible, let's say, anti-Semitic, and I could be like, no, he doesn't mean it. Like at some point he means it, and at some point it would be even better to push him off. My point being, I think, and Mark has made it very clear that there's no us. There's only he's doing his own thing. So not us. Forget the Mark and Richard conversation.
So no, I want to engage with this because like I think this is interesting, right?
Sure.
So I'm not defensive.
With this comment, okay, yeah.
Right, sorry. Yeah, I'm because
Yeah.
I think this can restructure what we're talking about. Like I'm not defensive, right? Like there's an alternative being suggested without it being given form, right? And so this like if you have an alternative, like fine, but like as long as the alternative isn't there, it's not concrete. I have to be defensive because like there's only what happened and criticism. So that's not a state of me being defensive. That's just the limitations of the conversation right now. Because I like to be generative, and like I don't like magic, right? Like that's a personal
Yeah,
thing.
can we go back to the magic talk? Because I don't think I quite understand why seeing the image of God in someone is magic, or it's you bringing your good out of them. Can you expound that?
Okay, well, like then we can develop this potential situation. Like, okay, so what does that mean?
Well,
Like, okay, I see the image of God in you. Now what?
well, no, you see the image in God. Let's use the Richard example. I see the image in God in Richard, or that's my assumption that the guy that came on my channel right now is not here to F around. He wants to try to engage. Then I hear him saying those things. Be it as it may that he's doing it very poorly. He's engaging poorly. He might even be engaging aggressively. He may even be derailing the conversation. And at that point, it's potentially a problem already. But as long as I'm having this just chatting open conversation, like if someone just jumped on right now, I would say, okay, I'm talking to Mo, Ben, Manuel, and Ty over here. All of them realize if a new character's over here, I'm going to pause for a second my conversation with them and see how I could fit this person over here, because seemingly we all want to try to integrate this person. That doesn't mean if he says something that's nonsense, I'm not going to push back. I could even say that sounds completely ridiculous that you're saying that. However, it would be framed with, you are of course welcome to sit at this table, and we can't wait to hear what you have to say, at least at the beginning. And it could be that we're going to spend time now trying to really
But
work.
that happened, right? Like I'm yeah,
Okay,
like,
you're saying that happened. I agree that if you're looking at, let's say, a transcript, that happened. I felt that, let's say, the tone was very, very was not welcoming. And again, I could be wrong. That's what I was interpreting, and that's why I
yeah,
was.
but okay, but you have to realize, right? It's not a just chatting, right? Like Mark had a live stream around the topic.
Was
Right,
it the
so-
first of all, that would be a great point. So like, I'm not remembering it as a topic, but it could be, like I said, it could be that's derailing the topic, and this isn't open season.
Well,
And
no,
that-
but like I'm derailing this conversation, right? Like you might find it fruitful, but like I am, right? Because like I came in and like it's about me now, so I am doing that.
And we're affording you room to do that because
Yeah.
there's trust.
But, like it's not bad, but like it's happening.
I would
Mhm.
say more than it's not bad, it's fantastic because
Okay.
you have this space right now that no one feels like you're. At least I don't feel. No one feels here. They're like, I can't speak. He's crowding the whole situation. The idea is like, I want to hear what you have to say, and more than that, like you said, let's say recognition, validation. I was like, 1 second. What do you mean? So I'm asking.
Right,
and you're-
okay. So why is it not bad that I'm crowning this? Because you see value in what I have to say, right? Like that's
sure.
the reason why it's not bad.
Mhm.
Okay, so if someone comes in and they provide value, like things will go fine. But the frustration happens, right, when, like I call this the spirit of the conversation, right? So the spirit of the conversation has a trajectory, right? And like I'm really really like focusing on that all the time, and then people do things, and either they contribute, right, like they might change the direction a little bit, that's all fine, right, but it's still in the spirit. But if they start participating in a way that is disruptive of that spirit, now we're getting into trouble, and that's where people get annoyed, and you get this thing going, and like if someone comes in, right, in a Just Chatting stream, and they're like, oh, I just want to hang out and have a conversation, right? Someone else comes in and they actually have an agenda, right? Like they have a purpose. Then the way that they're going to be affected by disruption is going to be different. Like that's just going to happen. And I don't like to float around. Like that's not who I am. Like when I talk, I want to be building towards something, like, and as that something has to be good.
So I hear what you're saying, and I would like I want to play off what Mark is saying over here, right? Which is the latter part of his comment over here. I'm not required, nor do I tend to do Just Chatting streams for this reason, right? So I would say, I would agree with you that if there is if there is a conversation that's happening between a few people, and like you said, there's a topic, and someone then comes and starts derailing it, then that's a problem. In this Just Chatting, it's very hard to derail, let's say, a conversation, because even if someone joined this Just Chatting and this person was clearly not contributing, okay, just there's someone I'm thinking about specifically that sometimes joins streams and like is basically just conversations about, like, I don't know, his escapades with women, okay, and it's just not what's happening over here. If it was a Just Chatting, I would respectfully try as much as I can to still have that contained. Take into consideration, I'm not going to do this all the time, but if this is a one-off, if this is a two-off, I rather the space be more gracious, even if that means it was a sucky conversation for me, because it allowed there to be. Now, I wouldn't do that, like you're saying, if Mark has, like he's saying, I'm not doing a Just Chatting. This is a specific stream for the people that I'm following, so I don't want this right now. I think that's a valid claim. He mentioned that it's an issue of tone, so that's like a more personal thing, and then like you could remove that argument, and then, you know, there's no issue in theory with the Richard conversation. But I'm using Richard as an example, like when I'm talking to Ben about his wife or Tim about his wife, when these individuals that in theory, or if I want to bring my wife into a conversation like this, I would want her to seem like it's a safe space where no one's attacking you. No one's going to start like yelling at you necessarily. And I guess maybe it's more of a focus about tone, but I would try to be more gracious, specifically in Just Chatting, even if it's seemingly derailing the conversation up to a point.
And just to jump in real fast, I think there's a few different principles going on here, and I think a lot of it has to do with degree. Like, I'm all about being gracious to a certain degree, and figuring out where that line is, that can be tricky, and it's probably going to be different for different people, because there's certain people that I can talk to and I can bring that goodness out of them and I can direct them in that way. And there's certain people that I just can't, and that maybe Tayo can. Maybe he's successful, and it depends on me. It depends on that person. There's a lot of variables in there, and so I agree with the idea of trying to be gracious and trying to bring that out of them. But I also agree with Manuel that ultimately that cannot completely fall on me because I'm not in control of everything. And just so there's like the general principle, and then there is the Richard situation where I've been back and forth with Richard on CRC Voices many times, and this pattern shows up there all the time, where it's like I'm trying to explain to him certain things about culture, whether it be a Latino culture, urban culture, poor culture, and he consistently approaches it. Now, I know what you're talking about, and I know what you're talking about better than you know what you're talking about. And he's been admonished by a lot of older people on that platform, and almost never comes around. So I think Richard is just a difficult person. Now, I do sense in Richard sometimes a genuine desire to learn more and get involved in the conversation. I think he lacks a lot of the skill sets necessary. And how does someone acquire those? I don't know. I do think maybe it does require him being kind of shot down a bunch of times, and maybe eventually he'll come around. I don't know, and I don't pretend to know, but I just know that he does exhibit that behavior pretty consistently.
And I gotta add, right? Like, I and Mark, we have years of experience talking to types like this and different types of people, right? And so we have a good sense of what works, what doesn't work. We've had 8-hour conversations with people, right? That led nowhere. So, like, you have to realize that the data and the signals that I use for my decision making and Mark does, they're completely different than what you're doing. And then we're different people with different capacities and different like tool sets, and like yeah, maybe like you want to be nice and buddy up, like maybe I'm disgusted by that, right? Like, yeah, that might be like true. And like I don't think it's wrong to buddy up, whatever, right? But I don't think if you're convincing someone that way, what are you convincing, right? Like I totally believe that you can move people that way, and like I even think it's appropriate in some cases to move people that way. But when we're having an argument about how reality works, especially trying to explain to someone why what they're doing doesn't work, right? I think there's different rules than like, do you want to play football with me?
Okay. I have not watched the Richard conversation, so I'm just going to a little sidestep that a little bit and speak about something I do know about, which is Speaker's Corner. I've been going there every Sunday since I got back from Chino, and the pattern that you're describing of speaking to someone that's not engaging what you're saying, but they've got an agenda and they're just speaking, they're engaging in the spirit of a conversation that they want to engage in. They're not trying to have a playful dynamic of, okay, what are you saying? What am I saying? I've experienced that a lot, and that does come to a point. Just this past yesterday, I literally had to walk away from a conversation that was being recorded because I just kept saying, "You're not even listening. You're not talking to me right now. You're speaking to an audience or something, but you're not engaging with me." And I just walked away. And there is a point, like Mo said, gracious up to a point, and that point differs for all of us. But what I think I'm hearing you say, Manuel, is that you can't have true conversion with that method. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can have conversion, but like it's appropriate to a type of area. Like, and I don't want to qualify what that area specifically is, but like if you're talking about like platonic insight, like that's not a well. Did my camera the speech anyway? The platonic insight is not a thing. Like you can't give that to people. You can't give people eyes to see, right? Like they need to struggle, they need to wrestle, and they need to run into the wall. And like running into the wall looks like that conversation. And then the question is he paying attention in such a way that he can use that experience to basically see the space that he's lacking, or are his eyes turned away and doesn't he see the shape appear?
Guys, I just want
to address off.
So
Go on, Ben.
everybody.
Bye, Ben.
Bye, Ben. Yeah, just want to speak to what Fleabag said. So I am, because I've not seen the conversation, but I've spoken to you and Mark, and I've spoken to Hezi. I know sort of, I've got a sense of your temperament and how differently you guys would engage people. Like Mark says, he's disowning this little corner because of the just chatting part, and Hezi specializes at the just chatting part, just affording room for people to join conversation, bringing people into it. So there's different temperaments in that. But you're saying that it's up that form that is appropriate in one sense, but not in others. That people do need to run into the wall. I don't know if I agree. Why do they need to run into the wall? Can we not?
They don't need to run into the wall. Well, like I think some people are so stuck that they do need to run into the wall, but I don't think everybody needs to run into the wall.
Okay, all right.
Like if you're raising a child, like why are you even caring about these things, right? Like and yeah, like having a conversation about football is enough for most interactions.
We're not this little corner. We're not talking about football. We're talking about meaningful and deep conversations.
Yeah, but also in different ways.
To the wall.
Like, oh, I saw this movie and it brought up this and this in me, and I had this and this association. That's different than talking about the nature of reality. Like, it's just completely different.
Again, I would say also like a little pushback, I guess, on like running into the wall. Well, okay. I can't swim for my son, right? I can't do that. He's going to have to swim. And I'm fairly strict about like, in the deep end, go, and like, I'm moving back, and he's like, don't go further. I'm like, well, I need to go further because that's like what swimming looks like. And like, you need to do this. However, during this process of swimming or of teaching him how to swim, it's okay. It's fine. Even though I taught you a second ago what to do with your hand, I'm going to do it again because I'm invested in making this happen. I'm invested in making you swim. And ultimately, it's your legs and it's your hands. But I am going to do the best I can to support you. Now, you could be like, okay, that's your child, Hezi. That's not some random guy online. I don't have to be like loving him every second to make sure he learns how to swim. And again, if I'm giving a lecture about something and someone just starts photobombing it, then yeah, like you're gonna meet the wall, which is gonna be like me kicking you out of the channel. But if I'm in the pool, and it's totally fine for Mark to say, well, my stream wasn't the pool. In a just chatting, I see it more as the pool. And I am more interested in making sure people are either learning how to swim than just like being like, well, like if we're here on the deep end and until you could come here, you can't come. Like I'm going to invite you. And it could be that you're swallowing a lot of water. You're talking a lot of nonsense that you don't make sense. And it could be that you're going to get pushback from people, which ultimately means in this analogy, you need to put on your floaties or you need to get out of the pool for a little. But I want you to swim with us. That's the goal. Come swim with us. And if there's a conversation where like someone comes in, he's like, can I swim with you guys? And people look at him being like, yeah, not with that bathing suit and not with that attitude. Okay, so I won't swim with you guys. But I don't know. What if he's an awesome swimmer? What if there's like a lot we could learn from him? And it could be after 3 pool parties. Mom, don't invite this kid anymore. He sucks.
Yeah, like okay, like there's a couple things that came up for me. Like
Sure.
if you go up to people and start teaching them how to swim without them consenting first, you get strange situations. So like that's already anyway. Secondly, um, why do we want everybody in the party?
We
Like,
don't. No one's
okay,
seeking
then.
out Richard.
Well,
He
yeah,
came.
but you're just saying, well, like, oh, like there's a seed, and like it might be a good seed. It's like, yes, right. That
3
that
pool
is
days.
correct.
I didn't say forever. You don't have to be your best friend for life.
No, but do you get the argument? Like, it's like, oh, we can't lose the seed because it might be a good seed. It's like, yeah, but like at a certain point, you need to do an efficiency
three.
calculation, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't.
When does that certain point happen? Does it happen within 1 hour?
Well,
Is it-
that's up to you. Like if I have a bad mood, it's in 2 minutes. Like.
No,
First of all, for sure, I'm not. No one has to be like I'm hating this, but I'm just gonna power through. But that is, and again, the extreme version of that would be turning the other cheek, right? And that's not a conversation. That's someone just smacked you. So here, I'm
Okay,
not gonna,
hold on. Let me just show this, right? So like, and then we can show like other things that's like,
yeah. Sorry, what'd you say?
well, like I was showing the banners, right? Like this is the things that I have to see when I'm listening to you, right? Like,
Disease is a teaching art. Everyone listen to him. And Mark's little thing. Okay, so someone.
but like, do you see the point, right? Like this is the people that I have to deal with, like.
there is
Well,
two-
I mean, arguably, he would say, like, this is me not validating you, right? Like, I recognize you, I see you. I'm not allowing you to say your stuff. He's acting as if he's the wall, and my attitude would be, I'm not
No, he's
engaging
not
that
acting
way.
as if he's the wall. He's corrupting my reputation for no reason. Like if he wants to be the wall, get in the conversation and talk to me.
First of all, that's true. You could say, like,
Okay.
don't be talking about the kids in the pool if you're not swimming right now. So I think that's very fair. And obviously, there's also a certain amount of weight that a comment carries versus like someone that's talking to you in the stream, right?
Yeah.
Now you can be like, well, it's difficult to ignore, and I don't want to be seeing it. And
just
No. That's not my point. My point is that's the way that people treat me, right? Because
that's the way Flibus is treated. That's not the way Ezzy.
no, that's
No.
not him. Like that's a lot of people. Like Grizz treats me that way.
I'm saying, but I'm
Like, he did it in
saying,
the stream.
attention. I'm pointing to your attention. That wasn't the way you'd be being treated on the stream, but the comment was coming frequently, so I can understand why you felt to address it. But I'm saying you can also recognize that there are people here that you're speaking to that are not treating you as such. So
No, you're not. But like, it doesn't matter whether you are or you're not. Like, I'm in an atmosphere, right? Like where I'm being treated that way, and it's like being tolerated.
saying,
Like it's
right
not being
now,
called
but
out.
not in the atmosphere. And I know you're pointing to this is why you've got a defensive stance because this is the way. And also, I don't think. I think the reason you and Mark, I don't know which came first, that chicken and egg situation. You guys have sort of grown into this role of the little corner being the wall that people run into, which I think is needed in this little corner. That we need an island where people know it's a no nonsense island and you have to come correct. That's fine. But we also need just chatting streams where people are afforded more than 2 minutes before we shut the door in their face. So all of these things are part of the ecology of this little corner, and I think that's appropriate.
Right. And
So
I have not criticized any of these things.
I know, but as far as you're concerned, I'm saying your attention is being drawn to how the atmosphere that Fleabus is creating a comment chat. I'm saying in here in this just chatting stream, Ezzy and I are
Grim Grizz did it on stream towards me as well. Like you can look it back. Like he misnamed me and he's like you. Like why is it okay that people do that? Like it's just impolite. Like it's actually actively rude, and nobody's saying anything about it. Like,
What? No one's saying anything about what? What happened? Grim did what?
well, he misnamed me. Like he made comments about me where he's denigrating me, like literally.
When
Yeah,
did he do
that's
that?
not cool. Definitely.
Yeah, and it's like he can do
But
that.
that's
Like
what
I'm
I would
fine with him
expect.
doing that, but like I'm just saying that there's all of this like this
But why are you
mood
fine?
thing, this tone thing towards Mark, right? And me as well. And then Chris gets away with it. Like what?
So first
what?
of all, you're 100% right that, like, you know, you can't have we can't have two different sets of standards. And what I mentioned, well, there was a conversation about this
Look, I have
so-called.
power. Sorry. I like.
So
Manuel, your let's as a carry on. Sorry.
no, I told like Plebis to just, like, you know, keep it chill. So I don't know why he's still pushing this. Either way,
I'll
Specific-
play time out.
specifically in live streams, okay? I've mentioned this and I've talked about this to the so-called board that people want to build over here, but we aren't in this corner.
That's
Well,
the point I was trying to make about the chicken and the egg situation. You do play into the role of the bad guys of the little corner by, you know, actively, but I don't know which came first, chicken or the egg. There is again, I love both
You
of you.
don't-
I'm on your Discord for a reason because I enjoy conversing with both of you. But there is I don't think it's playing. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you're playing victim. But I think your attention is being drawn to Flavors, and I think someone in the chat should probably put Flavors on timeout if he carries on being attacked.
No, it's not. No, I'm trying to make a point, and I'm using him to make a point.
And the
right?
point is that it's double standard.
The point is that there's this the spirit in this conversation, right? Like, oh, we need to do this, right? That
What
well,
was
that,
it that
that puts
Manuel?
me in a defensive position, right? And it's like I don't know why we're having this style of conversation. Like
Well, 1 second. Let's all take a breath for a second. Take a
like
step
I
back.
don't mind being in a defensive position. I'm just trying to point out the story that we're playing out.
So, but first of all, okay, you're in, right? You mentioned the comment about validation. This is what I think people in the corner are looking for. That's like, what's the origin of us like, you know, starting to engage in this conversation. Now we are where we are, where I'm saying that there can't be a double standard where, let's say, and to be clear, I had no issues with anything you said so far, or there was no stream I saw you say anything weird. Like, it's all chill. When I see Grim or Jacob, and let's say I mentioned right now about Mark specifically, you know, speaking in a specific tone, that makes me feel uncomfortable. Not because like I want kumbaya, not because I don't yell at people, not because people shouldn't be able to be told to shut up, just because my attitude is first, you know, hug. Now, in this corner, if we were talking right now and Grim is on and Grim starts acting like an asshole to you, then I'm going to call out Grim, just like I called out other people in the past. And calling out doesn't have to be you're an asshole. It's just like, hey, calm down with that. Relax with that. And I think everyone should feel comfortable to do that. And what I wanted is someone to do that for Richard and say, like, Richard, you understand right now you're just talking nonstop. So please calm down, but we will gladly explain it to you. And not like, just like no one should be talking the way like Plebis is talking to you about right now, right? And it's different if you're writing on the comments just snippy little arrows. It's unproductive. It's not nice. And it should be told, people should be told not to do that. That doesn't mean people can't express themselves. That doesn't mean he can't give you pushback, but it should be done in a proper way, right? Because all he's doing right now, back to the pool analogy, is just splashing water in your face. And that's an asshole move. And we don't want to be doing asshole moves. But so you're not going to get any pushback from me being like, yeah, well, Grim's allowed to do that. If he's calling you out in public and he's saying like nasty stuff, obviously that's not the ideal. He shouldn't be doing that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to give you pushback. Just wanna, what is he writing over here? So you're over sampling on tone. If Grim is quiet but rude, you don't even see it, Chazi. First of all, maybe, I mean, I'm not watching all the streams, and like maybe there's something that I'm not noticing. And obviously, someone being more subliminal about it is being more subliminal about it. So I'm sorry if I didn't catch that with my radar. But in general, everyone should try to be as nice to everyone as possible. If anyone has like personal issues, obviously they should mention it. So I was saying Mark is writing over here. So the tone is improper. That is the complaint. What is the proper way? So first of all, for Mark starting off saying like, no, that's not what I was doing. That's not what I was saying. Right now, that this comment is the comment, right? So the tone is improper because we all know that they spent time trying to explain to him, and we all know that he was on there for an hour. And that's all it is, Mark. It's just a tone. And it could be just like I am. I get very intense. I could be very argumentative. So someone could read me wrong. And it could be that you could say, Chazi, that is my nice tone. So great. Maybe. That is my only comment is the tone should be more welcoming. That's it. And
yeah, you should see our bad tones.
I should see your what?
Well, when we're not nice.
Oh, your bad tones. Yeah. Okay. 2, try to land this plane in a certain way. I want to do a little recap. In this little corner, people should feel comfortable to search for some recognition, and people should feel gracious to give that recognition. People that are seeking for validation should be kindly put in their place and recognize that while that may be part of their journey, they should realize that they're in a validation frame, and we should assist them to remove themselves from this validation frame. In just chatting conversations, and again, everyone could tell me to F off. I'm just expressing myself right now. In just chatting conversation, generally speaking, I think we should be as gracious as possible while obviously having our eyes open and realizing when someone's being bad faith and being called out as such. And lastly, we could see that someone's hearing someone say something in the stream, and if their reaction is to be pounding them then on the comments, or someone on a live stream pounding someone verbally, we should just have less of that. And if there are people who have specific issues, they shouldn't feel the need to share it publicly. Rather, they could specifically talk to that individual and let them know what their issues are and have a just chatting with them. And if those people feel like they would require someone else to be in that just chat.
Stop. You're going too far.
Too much. Okay.
Too much. You don't have to proceed your life at all.
I actually quite enjoy the fact that not everyone in this little corner are friends, and there's some kind of little frictions because I don't know. I think it's better for the community if there are different temperament islands with different people.
He's on the mountain.
By the way, so is that what the sense I was giving right now? That I am the king of the TLC and it needs to go by me?
No, but you're trying to fix it all, and like I don't think there needs to be a fix, right?
He said this is just. He was giving his opinion. He said that before, during this spiel, this is just me giving my opinion. So I don't think that was you being king of TLC, Lizzie.
No, but he's trying to direct everything to the correct place. So he's taking a leadership. No, it's not a criticism. It's not a criticism. Yeah. It's just an observation, right? Like he's embodying a spirit, and like I think the analogy of the spirit is like fair. Anyway.
One second. As king, and I identify as king as well, I have requirements and I have rules. Okay, so that's it. It was a big mistake on Mark's part to dub me the king, but I'm a tyrannical king. Okay, guys, I appreciate all my loyal subjects. As far as Mark, off with his head, and guys, I'll catch you guys on the flip. It was very entertaining, Manuel.
Hold on.
I'll keep this going. I'll keep this game on.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry, Manuel. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Well, I just wanted to say that like this enchantment thing, right? Like it's not a full rejection of being nice or supportive or whatever, right? Like I think these things are important, right? In the right place and all of that, right? But seeing that as a means to fix a situation is dangerous.
I don't
Like-
think it's a mean to fix a situation. I just think it should be
okay.
the first
Well, but-
attempt.
Okay, whatever, right? But you catch my drift, right? Like it's a technique that you can apply, but like you should be careful with it because, well, that's enchantment, right? Like you're basically enchanting a person, like, and I think a certain level of enchantment is even required, right? Like it's like you need to appeal to something within someone, so. And like I want to have that conversation, right? Like if we can just say, oh, uh, if someone is stuck in the way that Richard is stuck, like if you appeal to this in this way, then you can make progress, right? But that's the thing that I want to hear, right? Like I don't want to hear the tone is wrong or whatever, right? Or like these things should have happened. No, it's like there's this alternative. And if you implement the alternative this way, like things
But
go better.
I would say that's earlier on. I gave an example of like what I would have said. That's how I would have done it. Hi, Richard. It's so nice to have you over here. Where are you from? Thanks for joining.
That happened. Like that actually happened.
So my viewing of it was that was totally not what I felt. I felt uncomfortable for Richard. And again, I preface it with he was being annoying, he was being stubborn, all that's true. I did not feel, and it could be wrong on my part, and it could be wrong in context of the kind of stream Mark was having. But my solution, right, the diagnosis is just engaging with more. It's not like, pink glasses, just engaging with more love and more courtesy in the beginning. And that's it. And when I give an example of 3 hours or 3 times or 2 times, pick your poison. You decide for yourself. My point is the first leg forward, and Mark could say, that's what I did. And at that point, I would have a difference of like, did he do it properly or not? And maybe I'm wrong and maybe I do it differently. But if the bottom line prognosis is just be more gracious off the bat. And that's not a fix all solution. That's just the first tool I would use.
Okay.
Manuel, thank you
I just
for
wanna
bearing
say-
with us and me personally, and taking the time to make sure I understand you correctly.
Yeah, no, I have many thoughts
Thank
about
you.
this stuff, right? Like this is not the first time that I have a conversation like this, and like that's also why I have really formed opinions, because like I've had many conversations like this.
Yeah. So and I hope I'm open enough for pushback and feedback. We will talk, guys. I'm off, but Tayo, also thanks for joining. We'll talk.
Thanks, Ezzy. Just firstly, I want to say I feel validated. Finally, someone's paying attention to the fact that I've got a tank top on, and I declare myself the king of the tank tops. But
We-
the reason
We
I
can
want
also
to carry
point everybody to our conversation on my channel, Agapic Orientation, and we're gonna have a follow-up whenever Theo gets his act together and talks to me again.
exactly. But I not believe me, it's whenever I get my act together, because I am up and down, in and out, always. Thank you. My loyal subjects. But the reason I came on and I want to keep this conversation going is because I've got a conversation scheduled with Claire, Kerr, and Khaled, who have both been on Just Chatting streams. The conversation is titled something like "Why Christians Are Wrong About Everything" or something like that, and I'm gonna be the token Christian there with 2 Muslim or Muslim-ish people to have at it. And that I said yes to that, knowing that I'm gonna be going into honest net to be but there needs to be a way of engaging, and there needs to be a way where I'm not too open and just letting them say make incorrect statements about my faith. So this conversation that you guys are having is appropriate for me to like learn how to frame the conversation I'm going to be having on Tuesday.
Yeah, so the strategy I would use is to first like get agreement about why it's important, the question that they're asking, right? Like what are they trying to get at? Because usually there's things that lead somewhere or whatever, right? And when you're discussing on the level of the question, you're not dealing with what's important. And also like you try to appeal to the good, right? So if there's a negative spiral, you can just counteract with like why aren't you pursuing the good, right? Like why aren't you cooperating with me? Because I'm a Christian and I think being is good. So why can't we be together in a good way, right? Like.
Mark, I genuinely that's on the list. For this conversation, I do intend on going and watching that stream and see how things actually transpired. But yes, I do plan on taking lessons from that, either what to do or what not to do, or both, probably. So firstly, I agree with you. When I was approached with the idea for the stream, I automatically said yes, mainly because they were both part of the. They said yes to taking part in the estuary on Sunday, and I felt it was just right to pay that forward. But also because I almost enjoyed I've been involved at Speaker's Corner at this, being circled by Muslims and being attacked on different points. So I kind of enjoy it. It's fun for me, and also yes, Donny. Exactly. Yeah, but I've sort of narrowed what is trying to say down, because when he came with me with the title Christians, or why Christians are wrong about why Christians don't like to admit that they're wrong, I just laughed and said, okay, how can we even have a conversation? You've already said the answer, and I'm just going to but what he was pointing to is the fact that Christians are quote unquote illogical. And I said, okay, we can. That gives more meat on the bone for me to chew on, and we can talk about logic and how, yeah. So that gives more content to which way are we pointing the good, and I think that's good advice. So thank you, Manuel. But I'm just gonna leave these comments up for a while, because yes, it is.
So I said this thing earlier that people just come on here looking for validation.
I certainly feel validated.
So,
but I do want. Would you? I know Mark claims to not be part of this little corner, even though I think that's BS. Do you also claim to be not part of this little corner? Is that, and what does that mean? That you're not part of this little corner?
Well, okay, so I can tell you my perspective, right? So there was this point where the Bridges of Meaning Discord server kind of fell down, and then the live stream started, right? And then I was like, okay, like there's a new phase coming, right? Like there's a new stage in this little corner. The way that I participated was with Paul. I hung out on the Bridges of Meaning in Discord, and then I was like, okay, like let's get this ball rolling. Like let's do something, right? Like everybody's all like, oh, things need to happen, like meaning crisis, faith crisis, all of these things, right? And I created a Discord server, invited a bunch of people, and had a bunch of streams with Mark, right? Like trying to get people to participate in trying to set up what is important, what is necessary, and people didn't want it. Like, it was all rebellion. This Manuel and Mark are not allowed to be in charge.
What was the thing that you and Mark felt was important that people did not jump on the way you would like them to, or did not?
Well, a bunch of things, right? Like, we wanted to have cooperation, right? Like, and we wanted to have a communal structure, like we wanted to have community, right? And
an online community, real life community, because I feel like that's been attacked on so much.
No, like all like it's all there. Like we want online community, and we want real life community, right? And we had like this streak on Clubhouse. Like, we have many recordings there about like what that would mean, right? Like, all of these things. So we come into the place with all of this conversation that's been going on for over half a year, and then we are trying to share that, and nobody wanted it. Like, nobody wanted it. Everybody wanted to rebel against structure.
Did you guys engage things that were already in place? If you're talking about community, the estuary protocol is meant to be a community building tool in real life, and online with the Just Chatting streams and the Discord servers are meant to be community building streams. So how does what you guys were proposing differ from the projects that were already ongoing?
Well, we wanted structure. We wanted people to gather in, like what I was talking with Cassie. Like, okay, like if there's a means of having that conversation, then give a way to propagate.
And by structure, you mean a leadership structure, hierarchical leadership structure, correct? That's what you're pointing to.
Well, that's part of it, but also just information flow structure, right? Like, here's where all the information is gathered. Like this is the way that we gather information. This is the way that we get new people, we treat new people, right? Like, all of this stuff. Like, we wanted to work on it, and we still do. But
my question is, I know you want to work on it, but I'm saying, are there projects ongoing that you could help with that aligns with your vision, or did you just want to start new things altogether? Because that's what I feel like happens in this.
No, like I and Mark, we've helped many people with their things, right? Like whenever. Well, you experienced it yourself, right? You come in and you're like, well, I want to do things, and then we say we have these things, and then you're like, well, I don't want these things that you have, and then like, I want to do this, and then we help you do that. So that's the attitude that we have, but like, that cannot happen, right? Like, that cannot happen because now we just end up with a bunch of individuals again, right? Like, yes, we can help individuals, but that's not building anything, right? Like, there's a distinction between building something and helping individuals.
What are you building to? Because the PVK Peugeot, well, PVK and Peugeot, less so of Viveki, their thing is go to a church. That's where you find structure. Go submit to your church. Go to a church. That's what they keep preaching. So when you say you want to build structure, is that in?
Yeah, I don't think most people are ready to go to church.
You don't think most people are ready to go to church?
Yeah.
So you want to build a training facility?
Yeah, like I want to have a way to relate to people and give them the skills and the openness that they need to participate in church.
What role does estuary play in that?
I don't know. Like estuary is literally non-telodic, right? So like it doesn't want to do something explicit. So I don't think that's an appropriate vehicle to do these things. Like it's not that I say that it can't do things like that, but like I don't think it's an appropriate vehicle for doing that.
And can you see how the criticism you've got for Estuary, others might have towards your projects?
No,
And
because they don't know my project.
sorry, because they don't know your project.
Yeah, I know Estuary. Like I've participated in them.
And have you engaged on John Van Dunk in like
Yeah, I talked to him in person multiple times.
with your criticism and how?
Yeah, and like
Okay.
he even agreed. Like,
Yeah, I'm still trying. So I'm getting a better vision. I didn't even know all of this. I knew you guys were trying to help people, but the structure part and building a place where people can get prepared to go to church. Now, to my Christian brain, that sort of sounds counterintuitive, because all my life I've been taught, come as you are, come as you are, come as you are, and you'll encounter God where God will meet you where you're at. But all of those Christianese language. But because I've spoken to you and Mark, I understand that there's a.
I can tell you, God
I'll let you explain the difference between faith crisis and meaning crisis people, because I think that might be linked to the point you made.
I can tell you, in order for me to go to church and be receptive to what was happening, I needed to spend like 2 years in meditation and yoga, right? And I needed to engage with Peterson for 3 years on Carl Jung, and this is me full time, right? Like this is not some joke, right?
Yeah.
So like the distance that people need to cover is a desert. Like it's a desert. Like I don't know what else to say. And like I know the place that the guy in the live stream was at. He's on the other side of the desert. Like I've walked this path. So like yeah, all these Christians, they think it's all nice and all. It's like, yeah, well, yeah, maybe God will provide, but like he'll provide in 45 years if they're still alive. Right? Like it's not that simple. Like it's not like, oh, I say the magic words to you and like magic happens.
Yeah, you and I have had this conversation like a bunch of times, and we've been wrestling with it. It's back to the emergence emanation type thing. There's a strong emphasis on emanation and not enough on emergence from your point of view. Is that accurate framing?
Right. So first of all, right, like we have this deal with earth and heaven, right? So just recognizing that there's more than earth is a step, right? That a lot of people aren't ready for. And then, right, like what is the role of heaven? Like how does heaven work? And like that's magic, right? Like that's just fairy tales for people.
I feel, and Mark, I'm reading your comments, even though I'm not highlighting it, but I want you to respond to this in the comments, or even better, come on chat. I wonder if the project, the structure you're proposing, is more for people in meaning crisis than in faith crisis. Because I feel like a lot of people in this little corner do fall into the faith crisis category, and they're more easily can assimilate back to the tradition of the youth, quote unquote, more than people in faith crisis. So is the issue you're having directing the meaning crisis people to you guys? Is that the issue? Or is it more you think everyone can benefit from the structure that you're creating?
Yeah, like if it's true, it's true, right? And what's the problem that people run into? It's materialism, right? Like
David, sorry, yeah, the problem they run into is materialism. Carry on.
Right, and so whether you have a historical grounding in a religion or not, the materialism is what you need to battle, right? And if there's a structure that you can appeal to that can lift you up, right? Like can start to relate to the vertical dimension, to the emanation. That helps, right? But that's not sufficient, right? Like there's a reason why they lost faith. Like they still have to build something, and the reason why they're locked out is because they're too rational, right? Like they're trying to get a propositional understanding of something that they shouldn't treat that way.
Okay. This will be a good time for me to sort of express my reluctance to be fully committed to the project that you and Mark are proposing. Is that I feel currently the way things are, the ecology of TLC affords room for different people to find solutions to whatever problem they bring in, and what you're proposing is like a all size fits all sort of problem.
No,
this is the problem. It always goes back to materialism, or goes back to Marxism or something. There are these 5 or 6 trigger words that all of these things sort of trigger back to. Emanation and emergence is another one of them.
Like I don't care what your problem is, but like I think most people struggle with these problems. Like, but I'm not proposing a universal solution because people are different, right? The place that they are different. But I do propose that there are certain things that they need to engage with in order to open their eyes, right? And like I'm with Cassie in the sense that like you need to approach some people some way and some other people another way, but that doesn't mean that what you're bringing to them and what you're trying to get them to see is not the same. And like we've always proposed that there's, well, for example, the feminine aspect, right? like this, a server or the space, right, needs a feminine aspect and a masculine aspect, right? Like so those needs to be facilitated. And then you could say, well, like you want to do something more technical, or you do want to do more through story or through music. Like I'm all good. Like, and I'm not going to do all of these things because I can't, right?
Then what are you proposing? What's the structure you're proposing?
What I'm proposing is the sharing of resources, the sharing of things that work, right? All of that, and an intentional, like, collective, like, okay, like you're coming this way, you should talk to this person, and then have a place where all of that is interfaced, right? Like all of that is organized, stuff like that, right? Like I think that's basic stuff that a community should have. And people should be slotted into the place that they're best helped. And yeah, like all of that is easy. And then, well, where you want to go from there, like in some sense, what we have isn't concrete, right? Like we have the framework that allows us to build things, but like what we build is in relation to the people that need to implement it, because they need to do it, right? Like I can't say you need to do this.
We're back to individuals again. I thought that's what you were trying to get away from. We're back to
the individuals are integrated in a whole.
He's here.
Hey,
Mark.
you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Good.
It's nice to have you on screen rather than having to look to the side to catch up with your comments.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we've been over this before, right? Like, everyone's pretending like we're new or this is a new thing. And Manuel did a great job of pointing out we've been doing this for years. Like, Richard's not a rare case for us at all. And, you know, it's fine to say, oh, I didn't think that conversation went well. That's fine. But when you can't say how it would have gone better or what to do, that's a problem. And when you're assuming, for example, like whatever TLC's project is, I'm not on it. Okay, just all projects of TLC.
Yeah. I didn't want Richard.
Yeah, but
So,
but
and
but
it's
Teo, but this is really important, right? Because this is what we're talking about with the rebellion. Okay, well, we have the situation where people are saying things like, "Well, what's your structure?" We've talked about what we're trying to do many times, all over the place on a bunch of PVK live streams, on PVK's videos. I've talked about it. Manuel talked about it, right?
If we keep asking, then is that not on you to make it? It's not that I've not heard you talk about it before, but I still don't have a clear. Even now, I've been asking questions all the last 20
Yeah,
minutes.
because it's not clear, because we don't know what we're building, because what you build is dependent on the people that you're working with.
Right.
It's
Right. Well, but look, again, this is what we're talking about with the rebellion. The rebellion is, why don't your project is, so I'm not going to help you form a project. But then nothing's going to form. Like, it's not a magical trick, right? Like, if people aren't willing to cooperate, then nothing's going to happen. And look, we invited you to the Wisdom Community document, right? That had a nice outline in it, and there were some things missing. And when you said, "Oh, I like this," I added more along those lines. And maybe it wasn't sufficient, but I haven't heard back from you, by the way. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just pointing out, we're trying to do stuff and we're trying to engage people. And if they don't want to be engaged, it's no harm, no foul. I'm not criticizing anybody for not wanting to be engaged, but I am criticizing them for saying, I don't know what you're doing. You guys should be doing TLC, whatever the hell that means, even though nobody can define it, right? That's a no. Like, we have our project or our projects, right? And if you want to participate, that's great. And if you don't, that's also fine. We're not upset, right?
Yes,
we're not going, oh, you know what? You shouldn't have done that just chatting stream, because that just, and then the way you treat it, we don't do any of that.
Mark, okay, all right. So yeah, you are definitely upset about the lack of engagement in the project. So let's get that out.
We're upset about the way that we're being treated.
Yes, that's what we're upset about. We're not upset about lack. If you don't want to be involved in the project, don't be involved in the project. That's totally fine. Nobody cares. I'm not gonna say anything about it.
Mark, as someone that has spent time on your server and that has engaged in conversation, and that's been lucky enough to have access to some of the things that you're working on behind the scene.
It's not behind the scenes, Teo. And we're glad you engaged, and I hope you found it helpful. And that's all that matters, right?
Let me land. I've been back twice to let both you and Manuel know that the best thing I've gotten from you is the framing of the meaning crisis and faith crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And I've given testimony about, I've passed on to other people that have also found that framing helpful.
I saw that. That's great.
So I've been very clear. My participant in all of these little corners is just extracting tools. And I made that very clear to you when I spoke to you. I just want tools to help people in your life. And you've provided a great tool. Now that's what I got from it. Someone else could go through it and find something else that's more salient to them.
Yeah, and they have. And other people have. See, that's the other thing that people are missing. Like, people got intake forms for homeless people out of it, right? Some people are working on board games with engagement from us. Like, it's not like we're not doing anything. And if other people don't see that, that's fine. Like, I'm not mad or anything, right? But we're still actually doing things. And I would say it's not behind the scenes, because we advertise it, we talk about it. We're not going to take out billboards in Times Square, but we're not shy about the fact that we're working on stuff, and you're welcome on the server, on the Discord server anytime, or on the YouTube channel.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say people aren't engaging but at the same time say people
No, I'm not saying people aren't engaging, Teo. I'm telling you people are engaging. What I'm saying is, if certain people want to pretend as if we're not doing something, that's wrong, because we have people engaging, right? If they don't want to engage, hold on. If they don't want to engage, there's no harm, no foul, no criticism, no nothing. Okay. But don't come back and say, well, you're not doing this and you're not doing, I'm not on your project. And if I were, I wouldn't do it your way, right?
That's what I'm pointing at, is the fact that you're saying you're not on this project, you're not in this little corner. That to me is a sign that you are upset about something
No,
No,
hold on. No.
I'm upset about the criticism.
Let me finish my story, right? So we've been doing all of these things, right? Like we've been saying we want to do this, and what did we get, right? And Sherry is like, why do you call it rebellion? Well, because we were trying to do something, and instead of people trying to lift it up, right, which is what a good faith conversation is, they're trying to shoot it down.
Right.
And
And that's
after
what we
like
saw.
a month of trying, like I've had conversations with people where they say like, why are you doing this? You're bringing this bad spirit in, and I'm like, I'm not bringing the bad spirit in. Like these people are joining my stream, like where I'm talking, and then they start criticizing me. Like that's not me bringing a bad spirit in. That's them bringing a bad spirit in. But obviously, what I was doing wasn't wanted. Like that's,
Look,
and then you can't say like when what we're doing isn't wanted, that when we stop promoting it or whatever, that's on us. Like that's just
right.
silly.
Look, I didn't feel attacked, Hezi, but also look, it wasn't a just chatting stream, right? And if you want to run that different, if you think you can handle Richard better than I did, please do. Like, I'll be happy. I'll be totally happy. And if you try and fail, I'm not gonna get on a just chatting stream and talk about how you failed. Like, it's just not gonna happen. It's a different attitude. That's what it is.
That was like I don't think Ez's intention was to make a live stream about this.
Hell, I don't care what Hezi's contention was. I care about what he said and what happened. Okay? I don't know other people's intentions. I don't care about other people's. I really don't, because I can't know their intention. I'm not interested in intentions.
Yeah,
I'm interested in what people do in the world. I'm a pragmatist.
What he said was, this is he said us. He said this is our learning opportunity for us. How do we best? How do we
right? And that forced me to say, fine, then I'm not us. I'm not part of the TLC then. Okay.
Okay. So,
if that's what TLC is, by any definition, then I'm not part of TLC because I'm not doing that. Okay, it's that simple. That's just me stating a fact. Right. That if you guys want to draw hard, bright lines about what TLC is and isn't, which I think you should, by the way, and those are the lines, then that's not anything to do with me. And I'm totally fine with that. It's not a criticism. You guys do what you want. I'm not, yeah. But that was your criticism earlier. It was no. I only said I wasn't part of TLC when Hezi, who was making these opinionated propositions, said TLC is this. Then I'm not in TLC because I'm not going to do that. That's all.
As is part of TLC, and Mark, I don't care what you say. So are you. So and as people that are part of TLC, he's got a right to express how he feels TLC is.
And nobody said he didn't. Why are you defending him against a non-attack?
I'm not defending it. I'm saying
this is the rebellion.
What's the rebellion, Mark? How is this the rebellion?
Why? No. Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do?
What I'm trying to do is. First of all, I need a clarification as to why Mark says it's not part of this little corner. And when he provided it, he said it's because Ezi made a declaring statement of what this little corner is. And I'm trying to say that's not what it did. He gave his opinion of what this little corner is.
That's you can rebel against Hezi's definition all you want. That's a rebellion, and that's fine too. And you can defend him against an attack that I didn't make all you want, but that's more rebellion. Like I don't understand where this is coming from. I really don't. Like I'm fine with whatever you guys are doing. It's totally fine, right? I'm not saying I'm gonna cooperate or be in on your definitions or any of that, but I'm also not gonna get on and say TLC, what they need to do, and I'm not gonna do that. Like I'm just not gonna do it, right? Right, and you see Grim do this, right? To Manuel's point. Grim runs around and attacks all kinds of people all over the place. And, some of it's in fun and some of it is not. He rage quit his own stream with me because he misunderstood a bunch of things, because he assumed he knew a bunch of things. And then he assumed that I knew those same things, all of which were wrong, by the way. Things he, quote, knew he was just wrong about. And then he assumed I knew all of that, which, of course, I couldn't have. Right? And then he rage quits his own stream and nobody says a word. And look, I'm fine with all that. Okay,
You're
but I
not
don't know why
because
we're talking
you're
about
fine
my
with-
streams being mean. Like that doesn't make any sense.
You can't keep saying you're fine with all of
No,
that.
no. Like
You bring
Theo,
them up.
do
You're
you
not
not
fine
hear what he said? He's
He
upset
said,
about the double
he's upset.
standards.
Yes, I know that's what I'm saying.
He's
So
not
there is-
upset about being treated that way. He's upset about the way that it's being judged. Okay? Like that's different.
Right.
Okay.
And you're claiming you're not judging, but you're clearly judging just in a very biased way.
I am not claiming to know. I'm definitely doing some judging now. I'm trying to judge what's going on. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
No,
like,
Theo,
like,
and you're
Theo, like I
Let's
made
see.
I made this distinction before, right? Like there's a double standard.
Okay.
And what Marcus, like his story, is pointing at the double standard.
But
And-
it's giving examples to things that I've not seen. All of these things. That's what I'm saying. That there are information that you've got that I don't have.
It's not
allow me to-
relevant, Theo. It's not relevant. You're not supposed to judge the information. You're supposed to recognize that something like that happened, and you don't have to trust this account fully, but like something happened, and Mark is upset about the double standard by which things are judged. And that we have now had a live stream for however long about
Yeah.
his live stream, which is implicitly a critique on him, which is not fair. Like it's just not fair.
But he's not upset about it at all.
No, he's upset about that. He's not upset about being critiqued. He's upset about
About the fact that
image that's being
other people did not get critiqued the way that there wasn't a 2-hour live stream.
well,
of-
but also, look, Hezi was specific, right? Like, oh, a just chatting stream. Okay, but I'm not running a just chatting stream. And then if he watched it, why doesn't he know that? It has a topic. It has a monologue in the beginning. I state explicitly at the end of the monologue that, we try to center around the topic of the monologue, but, things can go other places. It's not a just chatting stream. It's as far away from a just chatting stream as you can possibly get. And if you watched it, I don't know why you'd criticize it on the standard of a just chatting stream. That seems rather weird, right? It's just an odd thing to do. It's like saying, look, Theo, the problem with you is that you don't speak English like an American. No
That's fair.
kidding. Like, well, why would that be a valid thing to point out to somebody? But that's what happened. And I'm not even mad about it. Again, I'm just pointing out this is where we get into trouble, right? Because Vanderklay and Vervaeke engaged with guys like Nathan Orman, right? And when I got to Jacob and I said, Jacob, have you gone to look at Nathan Orman's channel? Just, you don't even, watch 10 minutes of one of his videos. He didn't have to do that. You went to the channel, unlike PVK and unlike Vervaeke, and saw immediately from the titles of the videos that this is anger and resentment porn. He's a bad faith actor. Why are you having a conversation with a bad faith actor? And then when I have a good faith conversation with somebody that I let into my stream under my terms, which have nothing to do with just chatting, you're all over me. And look, I'm only pointing this out to help you guys. It doesn't help me. It doesn't change me at all. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, whatever. You can do what you want, and you can criticize me if you want, but it's not gonna change anything. So good luck to you. Have a blast. Have at it.
Okay. Manuel, anything to add? Because I'm gonna go on a 5-minute spiel.
No, you can go on your spiel.
Okay. Nathan was actually all good. I'm glad you brought his name up because I was not familiar with him until he showed up at the Estuary Manchester during the PVK tour. And before the meeting started, the first thing he said was, I am here to tell everyone why they're wrong. So that was the frame that he came with. But then we went around and he, like everyone else, participated. He gave his opinion. He was respectful. He was polite. And he acted as such. This is the point I'm making this is the point I think Ezi was trying to make, if I understand him correctly. And I'm not trying to speak for him. I'm just trying to say this is how I understand what Ezi was saying. So Ezi was saying that even with those type of people, the bad faith actor type people, there are ways of engaging them that that can be better than others. If he came in, if Nathan came into the extra meeting, he said that, and then everyone said back to him, "Oh no, we're gonna show you how you out to things. Things might be a little bit more confusing."
Tail. You're
This is-
missing the story.
5 minutes.
You're missing the story.
5 minutes. I said 5 minutes spiel. I said 5 minutes. Give me my 5 minutes. I am not saying this in reference to you and Richard. I did not watch that show. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that Ezzy, from what I got from what Ezzy was saying, was him trying to say how people in TLC should engage people on stream. Now the Just Chatting stream is different to the Mark Friday evening stream. I understand the point you're making.
You know about the Nathan stream he did after the estuary? Do you know about the stream he did after the estuary?
Yes, I do. I found out.
Okay, so then that tactic didn't work with him at all.
But the tactic wasn't the most important thing for that night was him not being disruptive to the estuary meeting. There wasn't let's change him and help him become a better person. I didn't say it was, but based on the stream he did afterwards criticizing estuary, I would say, well, that wasn't good. That's his right to do, but on the night, his intention to be disruptive did not manifest itself because it didn't conduct himself the way it did on the YouTube channel.
Richard's intention to be disruptive didn't manifest either, so you know.
Yes, I'm sure.
My tactic works too in the same way, right?
Different tactics work, but I feel like you're taking the criticism as an attack on you, but which I would get if you're.
No. You guys don't have a valid criticism. You keep making statements, and we keep pointing out those statements are false. That's the funny part.
That you keep taking as a criticism, but it's let's have a conversation about to have a conversation. That was what I took this stream as, was let's have a conversation
But Theo,
now,
like
part of that is there is a Mark way of having a conversation that's effective. There is an Ezzy way of having a conversation that's effective, and there are
in theory, but no one's talking about that. They're just saying this wasn't good, that wasn't good, this wasn't good. It's all rebellion. And Manuel asked like 4 or 5 times, okay, Hezzy, what's the right answer? In various ways, he was very good about it, and he got no answers to that question.
Yes,
so it's all well and good to say this is the wrong way, and that's the wrong way, and this is the wrong way, and that's the wrong way. And I would have preferred a better tone, and blah blah blah. And there's no answer.
Hold on, Theo. Right? Like even if I got an answer, which like I don't feel that I really got one, but I had to ask 4 times.
4 times.
Like why do I have to ask 4 times? But why can't we talk about the answer?
But I'm saying to give you an answer, and you're saying you didn't. Meaning you didn't listen to the answer that he gave.
No, that wasn't an answer. Like that was just not what happened. Like that was the answer. Like
that made no sense to me.
No, look, Theo. He kept saying, "Well, he should have been greeted. He was greeted." It's just fantasy that he wasn't greeted. It's right there on the video. You can say I didn't like the way you greeted him. Okay, then what's your way of greeting somebody? And whatever. And like that's fine. But again, if the ethos is let's talk about how to have a better conversation, you don't say, oh, look at this conversation that wasn't a better conversation. Like you open up with a definition of what a better conversation is, maybe a positive example. It's all these negative examples that are rebellion. This is all about rebellion. You got to point at something good, right? There was no pointing at good. There was just this, I didn't like this didn't go well, it was this, it was that, it was these, it wasn't a Just Chatting stream, it's not to the standards of TLC, right? That's all it was.
Come on. This is definitely a caricature of what happened because I was here with Ezzy on stream with Manuel, and that's what you guys are claiming it did is not what I
There were no positive statements, Theo. None. They were all negative statements pointed at my
this
stream.
Didn't happen, this didn't happen, and then I had to say, no, it did happen. Like, why are you even saying that it didn't happen? Like, say, oh, I would have done this, and then I could have said, oh, yeah, that seems reasonable.
You and Ezzy both agree, like, he was pointing to the tone, and you're like, yes, nothing I can know about the tone, and he said, yes, that's fine, it could be a personality thing. It was very
He eventually mentioned tone, okay? He did not come into the conversation with a positive vision at all. He came into the conversation with a bunch of, I didn't like this didn't go well, it should have been a just chatting stream, this is out of the scope of TLC. He came into the conversation with that.
That's not what happened. That's literally not what happened.
You should rewatch it. And the only way we got to tone was when Manuel questioned him about, well, what is it that you're looking for? And that's how we got to tone. Chezi didn't get there on his own. And he wasn't going to. And he still didn't point at anything positive. Your tone is not the tone that I want. It's not a positive statement.
So when you said you weren't upset about what Eze spoke about, that was a lie, because you're clearly upset about it, and I think you're mischaracterizing.
Theo, stop interpreting why he's upset. Like, now I'm getting upset about what you're doing. That's not fair.
Please,
we stated why he's upset.
You're upset of the double standard. You've been very clear. That's what you're pointing to. But
I'm upset at the lack of positive pointing. Okay, and these ridiculous claims that this was about how to have a better conversation. If it was about how to have a better conversation, that should have been stated in the live stream, and it never was at any point. Okay, what was stated in the live stream is, this I didn't like, this didn't go the way I wanted, this is the way these things should go. And I'm not saying that you can't do that. I'm saying that to then claim, that was the only set of claims made, that this was about how to have a better conversation is false. That's all. It's just false.
FYI for the chat, I am here because I'll be on a stream with 2 Muslims being attacked worse than this. So this is good preparation for me. So carry on, guys.
Good. But I hope it's helpful.
But Theo, like, I want you to see the distinction, right? Like,
help me see it. I want to see it as well. I really do. So help me see it.
So I come in, right? I come in, and like I get into the position, and that's been pointed at in the chat, that I'm defending Mark, right? Now, why am I defending Mark? Well, because there's things being said, this didn't happen, and I'm like, no, like, that did happen, right? Or like, this is done wrong, and I'm like, okay, well, how would you do that right? Because like that statement that was done wrong doesn't make sense to me, literally, right? Like, it's just nonsensical. Like the only thing that you can do is
sorry,
like
carry on.
The only thing that you can do is say, I don't like the style, right? And it's like, okay, but like, if we don't like style, like, what is the conversation that we're having? Like, my style is better than your style, or like, because I'm confused about what we're doing at that point.
His criticism was that he felt uncomfortable for Richard, even though it was clear that Richard was being a dick to, well, like, by all intents and purposes.
Okay,
and he also pointed to the fact that you did not kick him out. That was a good point to say, like, you afforded them room.
Okay, can we stop doing the check marks? Like, I wanna like know what you think should have happened, like how this would have been good.
What would have been good?
The conversation. Or do you think the conversation was good?
The conversation between you and Eze. That's the only one I'm talking. I'm not talking about the conversation between you and Richard. I don't.
I'm talking about my conversation with Kazi.
With Eze, yeah. I thought it was a good conversation.
I don't think it was good.
Why not?
Because I had to defend.
And because you had to defend Mark, it was not a good conversation.
Yeah.
So it would have only been a conversation if everyone agreed with Mark.
No, generative. It could have been generative. What was generated other than animosity?
I didn't think animosity was generated until you came.
Oh, Phoebus got quite angry. Well, then that's an instance of animosity being generated. It wasn't the only person.
On the screen between when it was me, Mo, Ben.
I got frustrated multiple times. I had to course correct the conversation multiple times.
But let's stop for a second, okay? So animosity was generated. Good. I'm glad we all agree that animosity was generated in that conversation.
Well, it's not the only thing that was
That's an important note to accept. And this is part of the thing that Kezi was doing, was he would say, I agree, but then he wouldn't accept the agreement and the implications thereof. And then he would continue as if there was still a disagreement, and there wasn't even a disagreement. And so why are people continuing as though there's a disagreement after they say, I agree? What is going on there? Because that's a kind of a weird thing to do.
Can I tell you what I think is going on? I think there's a defensiveness that viewed Eminem. I like the Eminem tag. Have for this little corner, because you guys have sort of been blackballed, and you have been. I recognize that. So I understand why you can come with a defensive frame.
I'm not being defensive.
Let me. Yes,
Theo, like,
say you are.
if someone is saying something
Sorry. I just want to get Ezzy's because we are speaking about him and he's put a chat in the comment. Mark, I'm sorry, but you are just sounding foolish. That's not what happened, and it's sad that you are framing it that way.
He can rewatch the video if he wants.
Yeah, Cassie, rewatch it, because I'll just go my way. I didn't enjoy what happened because I didn't feel that the conversation was productive, and I felt that you unnecessarily challenged things that weren't leading anywhere, and I feel like you were trying to impose an agenda that wasn't fruitful. There you go, Cassie.
And look, other than the animosity that was generated, that we agree was generated, what else was generated? Anything positive? Because maybe a conversation with Moises later, right? So for me, that's great. I don't think there's anything positive for TLC. I don't think TLC got anything good out of it at all.
Yeah, I don't even know what that last statement meant, but that's so good. You just pointed to how good I was generating your conversation with Mo, and Mo's presence on stream was given credence to the points Manuel was making. So I thought it was a great conversation.
I think Mo's participation was amazing. I have no criticism towards him.
The only generative thing you see are people that agree with you. That's all. That's what
no.
Like.
He didn't agree with me. He had his own position that was generative. Like I'm not looking for agreement. I'm looking for generativity.
We're looking up.
What was generative about Mo's contribution?
Well, he's trying to find something fruitful. That's generative. Like he would. And Cassie wasn't like, every time that I was looking for the fruit, like he derailed.
It's that I could not. It's propped up. I might have joined late, but I wasn't that late because I was there for most of the thing you guys were speaking about, and that's literally not what happened. And it was being.
Can you list the generative part, please? Can you just do that?
List what?
The generative part.
He was
other than the animosity. What was generated?
How to engage at the different range of which we can.
How?
No, I didn't learn anything.
He gave three options. He gave the story about teaching his kids how to swim, and like just the deep end, the shallow end. It said about 4 times you can 3 days, 3 hours, 3 minutes, but just give a time frame of like, okay, welcome the person in first, and then like if there needs to be, they can hit the wall, you can kick them out and so much. I thought that was very generative. Do you disagree? He gave reasons as to why. This is how I think we should engage in conversation.
Like that. Yeah. Well, that's not bad. Like that. But
yeah, it wasn't bad. But like, A, it's kind of obvious, and B,
was that.
Where is this implemented? Like other than the fact that he told a cute story about swimming, okay. I mean, sure. I mean, I could tell some cute stories, I guess. I mean, we did on my stream.
What are you doing now that's generative? Like by your definition.
We're trying to point at something, right? And now you're on the defensive, right? Which but
yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, well then you see that the way that this conversation, this style of conversation is not helpful.
Keep praying for me, Sherry. Keep praying for me.
But you see the defensive nature, right? Like the defensive nature is reciprocally narrowing, right? Because you're even if that example right, that you gave is right. Like it in some sense it's not relevant because it's yes, no, right? So you
Wait,
need
which example?
about Cassie. Like I don't want to throw Cassie under the bus, right? Like
Okay, all right, cool.
I think he tried earnestly, right?
Thank you. That I would say that was generative.
But that's right. But see, so you need a validation. So you're looking for validation instead of trying to be constructive.
Right.
I'm looking for validation for Ezzy. I'm looking
Yes.
for you. I'm
Yes.
looking for you to recognize.
Yes, you're looking for validation over being generative.
Wait, hold on. These are all words that I'm going to need you to define. But first, let me just say, yes, I agree. I'm looking for validation for Ezzy in terms. I want you to agree to say that was not a waste of time. The conversation that we had. I think that's what you're saying.
It was
right
a
now.
waste of time for me.
No, I learned a lot out of it. It wasn't a waste of time. It just wasn't generative, but I learned a lot out of it. I learned a great deal. I engaged the whole time. Look, if I thought it was a waste of time, I wouldn't have spent my time on it. So obviously, I didn't think it was a waste of time. I stayed through the whole thing. I was in at the beginning, and I'm still here. And there's been a couple of moments when I haven't been able to eagle eye the screen. That's about it.
Why are you still here? If it's not generative, what are you getting from it?
Trying to make it generative, right? You're focused on agreement versus disagreement. That's all on the horizontal, right? We're focused on the vertical axis, right? What can be generated out of this? You're not going to generate on the horizontal. You're only going to get agreement, which isn't going to generate anything. It's just going to homogenize, or disagreement, which is basically going to degrade into war, right? So you can get your cooperative processing or your opponent processing. That's lovely. We're aimed higher at cooperation, and we want people to see certain things like what is generative and what is not. That all things that are not generative are not useless or wastes of time. Fine, fair enough, right? Okay. But also, we're trying to be generative. That's been the topic all along. We're trying to be generative. And you could say, look, you could have handled Richard differently. Yeah, I could have just agreed with him. Is that good for him?
Not talking about Richard. So let's keep it.
No, but this was the topic. Was you could have handled Richard differently? Okay, maybe, but handling him differently might not have been generative. It might have just been enabling, and that is a big danger. And this is one of the things that we point out. Like, enablement's not good for people, guys. That's how we got here. Too much enablement. Too much. Oh, you're okay just the way you are. What if you're not okay just the way you are? What if you could be better? This is Peterson's point. It's not even my point. Peterson's point.
We are still talking about outside of conversation, and it just sounds to me like your style of conversation is different to Ezzy, and you feel like him saying how he would have done it is you're taking that as a criticism.
He didn't say how he would have done it, so that wasn't his criticism.
Yes, because
he made a bunch of negative statements.
Eventually, he recognized that that you went on a Just Chatting stream, and then he kept referring. Whenever he spoke about how he would have done it, he said,
Can you stop defending? Can we be generative? Because we're again in like. Okay, so
generative for who? This is a great question. Generative for who?
So when I'm talking to Kazi, right?
Yes.
And like Mark said, right, like we're having agreement, and then
sorry, just before you go, this is true. That's like we are all unmarried. That's why we're here. If we had kids running around, we probably wouldn't.
That is probably true. So if like if I have the verbal statement of agreement in the conversation, and then the conversation continues as if there is no agreement, how do I feel?
I'm sorry, I was reading a comment. I missed that. If there was no agreement, but you pretend there's an agreement, was that what you said?
No, well, yeah, that's effectively what it is. But if the verbal statement was we're agreeing, and then the conversation continues as if there's no agreement, right? And I can go this back to you, right? So what you were doing is you're defending Kazi's honor or whatever, like thing.
No, I'm defending the integrity of the conversation I was a part of. That's what I was doing, and I felt
that's not what you said earlier.
I felt
you wanted to Kazi to be validated, like.
Yeah, because I feel like you're mischaracterizing the conversation, and I was a part of it, so I wanted to say no, that's not what happened. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
What, you denying my experience?
I guess so, if that's how you're taking it. I thought we were having a conversation about what's happened.
Well, so if my experience of that is that, then like, didn't that happen? Or like,
Yeah.
I don't.
Hezi was the one that was brought up, and you keep defending him against
Sometimes
attacks that aren't
yeah.
being launched, which is very strange. Like, no one's attacking him.
So, Manuel, would you like me to validate your experience? Is that what we're doing now?
No, well, I like you to validate the point that I'm making. Yes, like that
Yeah.
would
So,
be great.
and the point that you're making is like I agree with the last thing you said about if we're
Okay, so
we're
what I'm
agreeing-
trying to say is there's a spirit, right, that you're in this conversation,
Mhm.
and I feel that spirit is disrupting you from engaging with the truth because you have something that you value higher.
Okay, so those are all like three different claims that we need to unpack. So you're saying there's a spirit that I'm engaging with that's stopping me from engaging with the truth.
Yeah.
And what they name them? What are these
Oh,
spirits?
like you're protecting something, and
What
that
if
protect.
what I'm protecting is the truth?
No, you're not. You said you're protecting the conversation that you were part of. Like that's not the truth.
Yeah, I'm protecting the integrity of the conversation, the truth of the conversation I was a part of, because I feel like you're both
Well,
mischaracterizing.
you're invalidating my experience, so you're not doing that for sure.
I'm sorry you don't feel
What-
validated.
Where are the
we're
statements
talking
that have
about-
been made that you've been able to disagree with successfully? Because you know,
Where
it was
sorry,
generative.
I'm just going to repeat back to you the words that you said. Where are the statements that are being made that I've been able to disagree with successfully? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. What do you mean?
Look, what was the attack on the integrity of the conversation? What was it? Like I don't understand.
The claim that Ezzy was attacking your style of engaging. That's the claim I was.
Okay, I didn't say he was attacking it, but he certainly did say he wanted it to be different. He said that many times.
Oh, you didn't say he was attacking it, but you are saying that he was attacking it.
No, I didn't use that word. I don't know why you keep going to that word. Look, he wanted it to be different, and I said that's fine. I told him in the live stream, if you want to have a different conversation, you can do that. I'm not going to do your conversation your way. You need to do that work, right? At that point, you're just asking me to do your work your way, and you're not my boss, and I'm not your employee. It's that simple. It's really not a difficult thing. And you know, it's fine to say, oh, I wasn't really criticizing or whatever, but mischaracterizing this as, well, I think a just chatting stream should do X, Y, and Z when you knew it wasn't a just chatting stream, just from the title. I was explicit about what the project is and what we're doing with those particular live streams in each and every live stream. I reiterate it. Okay. These are not statements that are said in good faith. Quite frankly, they're not. Like I was explicit. I was explicit in the conversation. I'm opening it up to talk about hallucination and fantasy. Right. I said that. Right.
And,
You're welcome to come in. We can go.
Multiple within the disagreement.
I am bored of this now. IRL Politic, can you please come on? That's someone that I met over at the Estuary Elsnet, and Ian now Menti.
But no, I want to go back to this point because I think you are defending something, and I think that defends, right? And I think Kezi was defending something too, and those two things were things that corrupt the conversation. Like Kezi had an idea.
Tell me what I'm defending and tell me what Ezzy is defending.
Well, you just said multiple times that you were defending the way that you perceived that the conversation that you just took part of. That's
and you were defending Kezi explicitly.
And Kezi explicitly, like you said that.
Yes, I'm defending Ezzy from the statements you guys are making against him. Yeah, that is true.
What statement? What is the statement that we are making that you need to defend them from?
Can we get more people in there? I feel like we're just going around in circles now.
No,
because-
no. You're like, do you have it? Because I don't believe you have it. Like you don't
You don't-
remember. You just said a thing that you don't have backup for. Like you just,
What can you tell by my tone that I'm so bored of it? Can you I'll engage.
I can tell by your tone, but I can also tell you that you're saying something to me that's not true, which
Tell
is
me, okay,
disrespectful.
give me what are we talking about again? So you're saying that I'm defending Ezzy. I'm saying that I'm not defending Ezzy. Is that where we're at now?
No, you're saying that you needed to defend Cassie from statements, and I'm asking you for the statements, and then you don't have them because you're bored.
The statement, I'm defending Ezzy from the statement. The claim that Ezzy was attacking Mark. That's what I'm defending.
Oh, we just said we didn't use the word attack.
Yeah, but you didn't use the word attack. But okay, what word would you like to use? Criticizing.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm defending the fact that Ezzy was being critical of Mark personally. I think he was being critical of. I maintain that Ezzy was trying to be generative in having a conversation about outside conversation.
Well, he might have been trying to do that, but he wasn't.
I'm still saying that both of you have taken that way too personally because of other reasons that's to do with the TLC and things. That's how I see it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
I don't know what to say about that, Tay. Like, that's pretty. We're trying to point up. I mean, I don't know why you can't see the pointing up. The vertical causality matters, and that's all that really matters. That's all that mattered in my live stream. You should watch the live stream too, because it's very instructive about this. You can watch Richard do the same thing you're doing here, just not understanding what's being said and being explicit about it. Oh, I don't even understand what I said. It's like, oh, fair enough. Like that happens to all of us. But like that's something to watch out for if you don't understand even what you're saying in the moment. Like what, if you're mounting defenses as though you're being attacked and you don't know what you're being attacked from. I don't
know. I am. What are we talking about now? Okay. Let's go back. Let's help me understand what you like generative. What have you done here that's generative?
Okay. So what we're trying to do. Okay. So let's sketch an ideal scenario, right? So let's say that you saw the thing that we're trying to point at, right? Then we could have said, okay, well, these things, right? They end up being disruptive.
Oh, Sherry, my savior.
Right? Because they're disruptive in the way that they keep refocusing the conversation in a way that it can proceed, right? Just like this conversation is happening right now. Right? And you're getting tired of it, right? The way that you're feeling is how I was feeling 2 hours ago or an hour ago. And you're not recognizing that was the position that I was in. And you're not validating that. And now I want validation. Like give me my validation. Like,
Manuel,
I saw your frustration, Manuel. That's for sure. That was definitely evident.
Hi, Sherry. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm tired. I really am. But I do want to. I don't want to leave this with you guys feeling like I've just given up on the conversation. So I'm gonna engage with you. Let me speak before I forget again. I want to engage what you've just said, Manuel. So you're saying how I'm feeling right now was how you felt in that conversation. Yes. Because the conversation remained horizontal, it wasn't going vertical. Is that what you're pointing to? And by that you mean what? Like, help me understand. Let me.
So do you feel? Well, like I know that you're feeling it, right? Like you're feeling the inability to affect what's happening, right? Like you feel a sense of great frustration, like, and you have this sense like, ooh, I'm doing something right or whatever, but you can't get it across, right? And
no, I'll tell you how I feel. I feel like we're just circling around, going back and forth over the same thing, and nothing.
I know, but I don't feel like that is happening, and that's because like I'm.
Okay, what do you feel like is happening? Help me understand.
I'm trying to make you realize something, right? So the way that I engage with you is specific by trying to pick ways that you can re-engage to what happened, so that you might be able to perceive the thing that I'm trying to tell you. And that's really frustrating from your perspective.
What is that thing? That's what I'm asking. What is that thing you're trying to tell me? You're trying to help me see from the way you saw things earlier? Is that the...
No, I'm talking. Well, I already tried to do it with Kazi, right? Like at a certain point, I started pointing at the comments, right? And the reason that I pointed at the comments wasn't because I was upset about having had those comments. I was pointing at a spirit, right? A spirit that I have to deal with. Okay? And that spirit was also embodied in Kazi.
But Ezzy was actually going, like, he was telling Flavors to not engage in the spirit.
Right.
I know, but
after he whipped him up, he said, "Oh, that wasn't my intention." Fantastic, but the spirit had already manifested.
Sherry, please say something.
Well, what I'm hearing what I'm hearing is that people are trying to make other people see something, and I don't think that anybody has the ability to make somebody see something, whatever it is. Nobody can
that
do
was
it.
Manuel's point with Kazi.
That was
exactly his point.
Yeah.
So I think that when you get to that stalemate, you know, you need to change the subject.
Well, yeah, but Sherry,
anything else is a declaration of war. Okay, because then you're trying to pull somebody over onto your side of an imaginary.
No, there's no side here. There's no side. That's horizontal.
It's TLC and Eminem. Those are the sides.
That's why you're wrong. Like there's only.
I don't know. I have no clue about the conversation that you had with Kezi.
That was a joke, by the way. Don't take that too serious. That was a joke, please. I'm being trollish.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I just want to make it really clear that I don't have any history of the previous conversation, the one that you're talking about. But I don't even actually think I need to because I think that what.
No, you really don't.
That
is true.
I don't need to know all the particulars. I just need to know that there's a lot of bad faith in this conversation, and you're not going to make anybody see anything. If somebody doesn't see your point, you can't take that personally.
Yeah.
You can't.
No, we're not taking it personally.
So, good. Sherry, there's one thing is like the way that you get to see something is you circumambulate it. And like you're right that if the emotion is too high, that the chance that you're going to see it when circumambulating isn't high. So that's not a good thing to do. But I do think that tension needs to be held voluntarily, right? Yeah, and like that's why I try to lift the conversation out of where we're at into something that's tangentially relevant. And right. Yeah, okay.
Let me try something real quick. So I'm really trying to say things from like. To try to say what you're pointing at. You pointed to the reason why you pointed out the comments. And you said the reason was because you were pointing to the fact that Ezzy was the one that generated that spirit that Flavors was participating in. Is that the claim?
Yeah, he was participating in generating that spirit. Yes.
Why didn't you bring that up to him on live? Like whilst he was on. Okay, yeah, maybe you did, maybe I forgot.
Like I said, this is what's happening now, right?
Yeah,
like I did bring it up. Like,
yeah, but you didn't say this is what you've called. You didn't put that on them. You didn't say you're the reason that Flavors.
We don't think Kezi did it. We think there was a spirit, and that he was participating in that spirit along with a bunch of other people.
That spirit is the spirit of criticizing your engagement with Richard.
I would say it's the spirit of anger and resentment. That's what I would say it really is. That's what it really boils down to. It may manifest as critique, but that's not what's driving the spirit.
So you are mad about the critic. I just wanted to get that out. Are you?
No, I'm still not mad about the critique.
No,
I don't know why you keep saying that. Like I'm not mad at all. Like this is what's so funny. Like where are you getting angry from?
I don't mean that you're upset as you're taking. I mean like you disagree with the assessment that you disagree with our approach.
I did not disagree with Kezi's assessment, except where he made false statements, which he then admitted, oh, you're right. I was wrong about that. That didn't happen that way, right? Which was fine. It totally got corrected, right? I'm not like I'm engaged in this, and I stopped engaging in something else to engage in Kezi's stream, not just because it's Kezi, because I do love him, right? He's interesting, and I just find him a fascinating person, but also because it was about me. And I said that to the person I was talking to earlier. I said, oh, I gotta go. This is about my stream. I want to hear what other people saw in the stream, because it's been a very popular stream by, we'll say, summer live stream standards, which is, a lot of people have watched it so far, more than the other streams I've done in the past 3 months, right? Not more than my winter streams, but more than the ones in the spring and summer here. And so I want to see what other people see. I got Manuel's opinion already because he was able to watch it already and talk about it, right? I got Sally's feedback, obviously. I got Jesse's feedback, obviously. I got a bunch of people's feedback already, right? So I was just looking for more feedback, and that was it. Now, there were a number of statements that, and again, these were admitted to, but were just wrong about what happened in the conversation. And I think we did get to it. Oh, Kezi is sensitive to tone. And, if Grim has a nice quiet voice, he doesn't care how mean or antagonistic Grim is. But if I have a different tone and I'm nice to people, he thinks I'm mean. And like, that's a possibility. I'm not saying that definitely happened, but he was open to that possibility, and maybe that will become generative, but it wasn't generative in the moment because, again, more mischaracterizations kept coming. And I thought Manuel did a good job, since he listened to the stream, of understanding where that was coming from and pointing it out. That's all.
That actually made complete sense to me. That's the most sense you've made to me, Mark, since you jumped on.
That's the third time I've said all that.
Not in that order, or maybe it's just.
Oh, okay,
slow,
but he said
it
before.
Forgive me. I'm slow. Forgive me.
Okay,
there's no forgiveness needed. It's fine. I'm just pointing out, like, this is what we all need to realize about ourselves. This is why Manuel brought up the most brilliant part of the whole thing. He said, look, the key to this is humility. That's what the key is, right? Like, we're not perfect people. We don't hear each other the first time we speak sometimes. That happens all the time to everybody. Happens to me, happens to Manuel, happens to Sherry, happens to you, happens to everybody. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just people being people. It's totally fine. No one's mad about it, right? No need to apologize or ask for forgiveness. I'm glad that you recognize that might have happened, and that's good, because that is generative. So now I feel like the conversation is turned and is actually generative. And if that's all we get out of the conversation was your realization that maybe I had said that 3 times and the first 2 times you didn't hear me, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I still feel like things are only generative when they go in your favor.
That's not going in my favor, Teo. It's not in my favor to struggle 3 times to get a very simple point across to you while you're continually telling me that I'm angry and I'm attacking and all this. That's no fun for me, dude. It's really not. And I don't like it. I actually don't like it. But I'm willing to do it because I think it's important for you, for Richard, for all these other people to see these things. That's why I'm explicit. We're all Muppets.
Thank you for helping out this one Black British Muppet. Appreciate it.
So can we go down, so the reason that I didn't feel that conversation was generative, right, is because I had to make the corrections the whole time, right? And if I have to make the corrections the whole time, I look like the asshole.
Isn't a correction generative? Like I would think that if
No,
I was
no,
driving
I-
the wrong
I
direction
agree.
and I
Yeah, the
corrected,
correction is
and let me
generative.
speak, and let me
Okay.
speak. If I was driving and I had to make a correction so that I didn't go off the road, that would be generative, in my opinion. Right?
Well, it would avoid catastrophe. It wouldn't necessarily be generative, but it would certainly avoid a
mean,
bad result.
if you it seems to me, and I haven't really listened to any of these conversations, but it seems to me, if the way you're using the term generative is that as long as there's no correction on your part, it's a generative conversation. But when you have to make some kind of correction,
Where are you getting this from? Sure.
I-
It was
I-
explicit. I asked Hezi many times
I
in the
was-
live stream, what
Engage-
would you prefer to have happen? And
Mark-
Manuel asked him in the voice, and he
Mark-
couldn't answer. So we were asking for corrections, and we weren't getting them.
Let's
So
share it.
that's not us not trying to be.
You interrupted me, okay? And
Yes,
I wasn't
go ahead,
talking about Kezi's conversation, because I did say that I don't know what that was about. I was using the language that Manuel just used about correction, and him feeling that since he had to make correction, it was not generative. Okay? That was what Manuel said. So now I'm wondering, how do you have a conversation then that is generative? Or what does a conversation look like that is generative and never makes any corrections? Like, what is
No,
that?
no.
That sounds like an echo chamber to me.
Why are you saying
That's what
that?
that sounds like.
No. Why are you saying
It
that?
does.
Never make a correction.
That's what
that-
you
that's not-
said.
No, that's
You
not what I said.
You felt that the conversation was not generative because you had to make correction
All the
during
time.
the conversation. Pardon?
All the time.
Okay, whatever. I don't care if you did it once or 75 times.
No,
It
but
doesn't
I
matter.
do.
That's what you said.
I do.
That's what you said.
I do
No.
whether I do like if I have to
So-
correct someone 15 times, that's different than
Okay.
if I have to correct them once or twice. That's completely different.
Okay, so now we're getting to the heart of it. Now you don't want to have to correct people. Is that what you're saying?
multiple times.
No, I don't want to be in a conversation where someone is misstating things all the time. Like, yes.
That's not generative.
Clearly.
Okay.
Well, you
So
have to
so-
have agreement first and a
now you're
baseline
assuming-
from which
now
to
let me-
generate,
let me
and that
finish my
requires
thought
correction,
before I
but the
lose-
correction isn't generative. It's just a starting
Let
point.
me finish my thought before I lose it, because I don't hang on to my thoughts very long. So if you have to correct somebody because you think they're misstating, then you are operating under the assumption, this is my condensation of it, that people will never misunderstand each other.
No, it's not about misunderstanding. Like he
It
was
isn't?
making truth claims or criticisms that were just not relevant
To who?
Right,
To who? To who?
to the conversation, because like the thing that he was criticizing didn't
The
happen. Like
the conversation is not anything. The conversation can't have.
Well, then it couldn't have been generative if it's not anything. Well, that's fair. It couldn't have been generative. That's fine.
No. Sharon's point's fair. Yeah, relevant to who? The conversation is not a person. It's to the people in the conversation.
Relevant to the truth, right? So if you say
Yeah, no,
somebody
you can't
wasn't
do
greeted
that
and
because-
somebody was,
because
the
then
truth
it's
relevance
you-
of that is important.
Okay, but then now you're the arbiter of it, and this.
That's
and
my
this
Yes,
is-
you
You're
agreed.
the arbiter of
I
the
don't know.
truth.
There's no arbitration. It's a video. You can watch it yourself. Everybody can arbitrate for themselves and see that was a mischaracterization. And there was agreement. Oh, you're right.
I
I
can't speak to the
misstated.
conversation.
That's
I
not
can't
true.
speak to the conversation because I wasn't there and I didn't listen to it.
yeah, but
I'm
then
going-
stop
I
accusing
am
me
going
of
to
things.
be
Like,
Okay,
don't
those
accuse me of things that you don't know,
Rob-
Sherry. Like, that's just bad
Rob,
faith.
I'm not
Lord,
accusing you of things I don't know. I'm using the language that you're using right now in this
You're
conversation.
making an
way
argument
that
about
you
something you don't know
described
about,
me-
okay?
No. She was
You're putting me in
speaking.
a frame that's not the frame that I'm in, and you're misrepresenting me. So like I don't feel good about what you're
No, I
doing at
don't
all.
think so. I don't think I'm misrepresenting you, Manuel. I'm not here to do that. I'm talking to you about the things that you are talking about. You are talking
No, you're
about
not. You're talking
something.
about a fantasy that you made
No, she's
upon the
not.
things that I said.
Hallucination.
No.
Yeah. Rob,
Rob,
welcome.
how are you doing?
Hey guys, I think Sherry's doing great. I think she said, I think her point about changing direction. I don't want to get into the. I haven't watched the whole conversation. I think I get it. I think what I established. I think different people have different intonations when they make points, and I think that's part of human life. I think
Yeah.
I have a way of talking. I think everybody here has a particular way of talking, and one of the dynamic things about this nexus is that we have to find, I use music analogies a lot, a sort of harmony of between these different tonalities. And me and Mark just happen to be from the same part of the world. So I get the way he speaks. Like I get it, but I don't agree. I don't know I don't know Mark that well, just through the videos and stuff. But and so like everybody, like I get this aspect that you have. This is sort of the dynamic. This is why it sounds like good music to me, is because in music, it's about the distance between the notes. You don't want a song that's all just the same note. That's not a song. And so that actually, if you get into music, it's the differences that make music interesting and fun and memorable. And I think there's a lot to say. I think it's an analogy when it comes to people's conversation, especially these kinds of conversations, where you're necessarily going to have varying intonations and varying viewpoints at the same time.
And that was Teo's point in the conversation with Chezi too. Like he said that explicitly, and I thought that was great. Right? I thought there was an opportunity for that to be generative, but it didn't manifest that way. It manifested in constant correction on trying to figure out what did happen and what didn't happen, what things that were said were actually valid to what was trying to manifest, and what things weren't. Right? Like it's not valid to say, oh, well, the red balloon didn't float to my house, when you're not supposed to have a red balloon floating to your house. Like the fact that didn't happen is fine. Like it's not a thing, right? So you have to, in order to be generative, you have to have a common base from which to generate and cooperate, which ironically, fractally, was kind of the point. Like we have a set of projects that we're working on, that when people cooperate with us, they get something out of. And if people don't want to cooperate with us, it's totally fine, right? No one's angry, right? But to assume that we're somehow part of TLC and that my not just chatting streams, because they're not called just chatting, are supposed to go a certain way, that's kind of like not the point. Like if you want a just chatting stream, you won. That'll be great. I love the just chatting streams. I watch some of them, right? But to say mine didn't go that way is ridiculous. It's not supposed to.
And there's a reason why the banner is on the bottom of the screen.
I would take that out. I'm trying to find a way to take that out.
I'll take it out. But the reason that banner is there is because Chezi was basically stating, well, things should happen this way, things should happen this way, things should happen this way. And that was basically the summary of what he was trying to do in the conversation.
Do you guys, so the Vervaeke, let me just bring it up. The analogy of like the roadway network, like the informational road network. So he brings up this analogy a lot. And Chad, maybe Chad's still in the chat, but I heard him riff on the idea of like the roadway workers are like the people who clear the snow, they fill the potholes, they facilitate this network. And there's a certain aspect of like facilitation. There's work that needs to be done in order to keep the lanes open, and nobody's closing the gates. There's sort of So in a sense, there's a bit of neutrality with some of the people here. Is that they're more interested in, or maybe not more interested, but they're interested in making sure that the roads aren't blocked, that there is open discourse, and that
Maybe.
the dynamic nature of this stuff
Maybe.
is that there is.
You only do that with a TLOS. You only do that with a TLOS. And that's the problem, is that I think Chezi rather explicitly, to Manuel's point, stated, and he said it was his opinion, but I don't care. Like, I have lots of opinions I don't share with people because they're just like, this should be this way or that should be that way. And I was like, those aren't useful opinions, especially in a public forum, because you're not in charge. Like, so maybe you're right, but you're still not in charge. And if you're not going to take charge, it's not going to happen that way anyway. So why are you sharing it with people? Right. And there's an appropriate way to share. Oh, well, I wish it had gone that way or whatever. And that's fine too. But again, when it's only at one target or one set of targets, right, when it's only in one direction, when people are working the roads and they're trying to keep them clear, but they don't know why, then a spirit emerges. And, we've already established, the spirit of anger and resentment kind of manifested in that conversation, particularly in the comments. Not that it wasn't, partially dealt with or whatever, but it had already manifested. And it's worth figuring out why was that spirit there?
Well, it was dealt with, right?
Yeah. You created a problem and then fixed it. Like, you want a medal for creating a problem?
Once Manuel pointed it out, because prior to that, both Ezzy and I just ignored it. Manuel had to point it out.
Right.
Like, that's not okay, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying that, because I'm giving you, that's me giving you.
Right. Well, then that's the difference between tell us and no tell us. Chezi's looking at the comments and not correcting until Manuel says, well, is this for the good, basically? And it's like, oh, no, it's not. So we've got to wait. Good on Chezi for doing something. But also, why did that manifest? That's a problem that never should have happened.
But problems happen all the time. But I see your point. If you're insisting, which I don't know if I agree with that, the spirit in which Ezzy engaged in the criticism gave room for Flavors to
okay. I can tell you how I see how that happened, right? So
I really want to move on from this. I want to get Rob. Rob, can you unmute yourself?
Well, okay. I just does anybody? Let's type the loose ends here. I kind of want to. I'm glad that Mark and Tayo are both here, because two guys.
I feel left out.
We haven't actually had a direct conversation yet, but I want to fill you in.
Now's the time.
Okay. So we're wrapped on the. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So Tayo is in London and I'm in Boston, and we both are interested. We have a similar interest in. I go to Harvard Square occasionally. I want to do it more and more, but so I set up a live stream there, and it's basically just chatting, but it's a little bit more directed. I'll bring like a question and have a whiteboard, and everybody just walks by, and if they're interested, they can comment. And so these two places, Speaker's Corner is in London, and Harvard Square is in Massachusetts, and we have this technology that can this is like Tayo might have like a separate project this is me like riffing on top of the idea, and like, wouldn't it be cool if like we could live stream from these two places at the same time and like really get the network of like these two like hubs of thought and discourse, this liberal tradition of free expression? Could we really, put it to the test and see what happens when we
transatlantic free speech network?
I mean, I think it's a cool idea, but it's still in the trying to manifest its stage. And I think it's something that this little corner, this nexus, informational Silk Road, whatever we call it, I think it's like taking it to another level.
Have you made videos already,
it's kind of like Pandora's box too, because I don't know what would happen. I mean, we might be tempting some sort of,
Sherry, what was your question? Sorry.
I just wondered, Rob, have you already made videos of yourself there with the whiteboard? I think I
Yeah.
watched. I don't remember.
You might have,
when.
yeah.
It's ringing
Yeah,
a bell.
I've been
really
a
late.
lurker for a long time, so I've been in the chats, and I had a conversation with Paul a few months ago.
Oh, I gotta watch that. Yeah. So, what kind of questions are you asking on the whiteboard?
The last one I
Can
saw.
it be that I talked to you like 3 years ago? Because
It could be, yeah. I've been a long time lurker.
yeah,
The
I think
video
I
that
remember you.
What's that?
the video that I saw, the question on the whiteboard was, "Who's your favorite philosopher?" or something like that.
That was simple stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it could be
yeah.
complex. Like the next one, I have a whole list of ideas, but like some general is good, like open-ended questions, because you can't fit too much on a whiteboard. But like, what's your philosophy might be a good one. Like, just to open up the idea of like, do people think about the world? Like, what's if I held the sign and said, "What's your philosophy?" and people walk, what would they ask? Would they be able to answer it? Would they have like a solid answer? Would they have thought about it before, or would they have would they have something vague, or would they have some who knows what it could be? But then there's also like a sharpness to it where you could ask a very particular question, like it could be anything, like anything about it's supposedly the most intelligent people around, at least where I live. Supposedly you can ask like.
Mhm. I
Well,
have
so
two
what-
questions. I
what
got
could
two
you ask?
questions you could ask.
Yeah,
Two
I'm-
questions, burning questions right here. Number one
Please.
is, what does animism mean to you? That's
Well,
number
and,
one.
I mean, that's a good one, but I mean, I'm not sure everybody's. I'll write that one down, but
Yeah.
even
And
I
the
would
other
have
one
to, like,
is, what do you think beauty will save the world means?
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I like answers to that
Or-
one.
or a conversation, right?
what do you think beauty will save the world means?
Oh, that's
So-
a
so-
great one. Gary.
Rob,
Yeah.
what should tell us? Like, is
tell
there
No, it's a
something
good
that you want to
question.
highlight?
I mean, so is it like clickbait, or is it like views, or am I really trying to save the world, or like convert people to Christianity or something like that?
No. More in the sense of what is the thing that you want to bring out? Like,
That's a good question. So I'm sure, like all of you, I've thought about these questions a lot. So I would say I'm along the lines of like if it exists, I don't know if it exists in the dictionary, but like a classical liberal, I guess, is like, and I also kind of want to see like experimentally, like, does open exchange and free exchange of ideas, do we actually even want that in society? That's kind of my ultimate question. I don't know the answer to it. It kind of drives me, because I think maybe sometimes the answer is no, unfortunately.
yeah,
But like I personally say yes, I do want the free exchange of ideas. And so
What
like,
if
the madman in me is like, yeah, let's go figure it out. Let's see if people actually want it or not.
Yeah, like what if the only reason you want to do something is out of curiosity? There's no telos in that. And
Well, no,
I'm
I think
insatiably
not.
curious.
I'm sorry, sure, I talked over you.
Well, I know I am insatiably curious. Like if I don't have a new question to answer, I'm bored. Or a new thing to examine, or a new, idea to think about, or whatever, right? Like I'm insatiably curious. And so my life is very open-ended. Because sometimes what I learn in the process of finding something else out is that the thing I thought I knew wasn't true. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately,
So-
right. It's aporia, right? We get to this confused state where we're like, oh, now what? Kind of.
Well, no,
go ahead.
I'm actually happy to. I would view it. I'm more of a glass half full kind of person, so I wouldn't think about it as like being confused, but I would think about it as stepping stones, because I think so. This is actually how my worldview. It's that we're in a labyrinth. There's one way in, and there's one way out, right? And we're all going to get there. We're all going to get there eventually, right? So, but some of us are going to take a different route. Some of us are going to hit more dead ends than others. Some of us are going to make more of a direct, right? Straight
Okay.
from the indoor to the outdoor kind of thing. So to me, it doesn't matter what happens in the labyrinth. It doesn't doesn't matter.
But what if I
It
die
really
now?
doesn't
Like,
matter.
do I get there? Like,
What's that?
if I die right now, did I get there? Like, I'm confused.
There's only one outdoor, my friend.
Yeah,
So
everybody
the
dies.
door is set, or like,
See,
Is
Sherry,
that
if
not
you were
correct?
walking down the street and you stopped to answer, that would have been a great answer. I would have cut that, and I would be like, "Yeah, that's such a good answer to the question of what's your philosophy."
That is mine, yeah.
That's really good. It's also I also have it set up as a podcast. So if I do a live stream and then I take the audio and put it into a podcast, so you can find it on Spotify and stuff. So I think that's
Cool.
anyway. That's what I
Yeah, Rob,
tell you.
I've been thinking about. So
Yeah, it's free. It's nowadays you can do it for free without ads or anything, and you can link it right into iTunes and
yeah,
Spotify.
And so, Teo, you want to do this at Speaker's Corner in London?
yeah.
Something I put words in his mouth. I haven't had a
this
chance
is
to talk directly to him since last week.
we've exchanged email and we had a small chat about it at the Elsnet meeting last week. So it's something that I've been thinking about since then. Currently, my projects at Speaker's Corner involves it's twofold. One, bringing the Chino spirit of conversation to the Speaker's Corner, just affecting the way, changing it from debates to conversation, because right now it's just debate being at,
Yeah.
and I'm doing that by Estuary. That's the best way I know. That's the best tool that I've got for having for encouraging good conversation at the moment. So I had we had our first Estuary meeting at Speaker's Corner yesterday. So that's one thing. That's the first part. The second part is I'm trying to document the conversation the way conversation is being at, or the debates that they are, and sort of have a mini doc that showcases how people are talking past each other, straw manning each other, and just not engaging the person in front of them, but engaging their ideas about what the person stands for. So I want to just document that and showcase that partly. But ultimately, I think your idea of it's too good. The idea of having like a transatlantic live stream at this historically free speech area, it's just too good for me to pass on. So I need to know how would that work, because time zones, all this stuff, we need to figure that out. But yeah, I'm definitely.
I mean, hopefully, well, yeah, we can talk more later, but there's a bit of technology involved. I assume you have a mobile phone, so that's the first thing.
If you're in
some sort of
Boston
device.
and you're in London, there's not a whole lot of time difference between you.
Okay.
Right now it's
my
only
kids
4
are-
hours, so it's
Yeah,
good. Now's the
4
best
Oh,
time.
that's
hours.
perfect.
I think
Yeah.
right now it's 4. I think because it's still 5. I don't know.
It's 4 when the clocks don't change, right? For that week and a half.
Yeah,
So we can
five
test it.
is still doable, because Speaker's Corner. Oh yeah, the other thing is Speaker's Corner is only on Sundays. It's all day Sunday. It picks up around 1, dies down by around 7, 8ish. People are, so that's sort of the time frame for Speaker's Corner.
Harvard Square's 24/7, baby.
Yeah, but the thing about Harvard is it doesn't have that tradition anymore of like soapbox stuff. There's hardly anybody on the soapbox out there anymore. But it could be revived. I mean, there's still this attitude about it that could be brought back to life. It's more. I haven't been down there in a while.
What would be really? I mean, this would entail lots of technology, and I'm just a person with many ideas and no capabilities when it comes to that. But if you had like a screen in each place, and the people in London could have the conversation with the people in Boston, that would be. They would.
That's
love
basically
that.
that's the
People
heart of
would
the
love
idea.
it.
That's basically it. It wouldn't be too technically challenging, but I mean, maybe we probably need a few more pieces of gear, but maybe we can.
Need the portable power station and a nice light TV. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, a
On
little
both.
monitor and StreamYard, and then you could just go.
Yep.
Or a laptop, like a laptop satisfies
Or a
both of
laptop.
those.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I'm kind of a tech gear guy. Like I've just always kind of been collecting video stuff, and I worked in video production for a while, so I have different things.
Don't they
Yeah,
have those? Don't they have those screens you can roll up? Do they have screens you can roll up? Because then it like I'm a farmer, right? So I would hang a clothesline and then pin it. Like clothes.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit of trial and error too. I mean,
yeah.
in starting simple, I think maybe the best way,
Just StreamYard to start with on the laptop.
StreamYard, yeah.
StreamYard
StreamYard's awesome
laptop,
for that.
and then maybe maybe if you said you were a musician, right? So you might have some musical like recording, like small little gear, like USB recording devices. Do you have anything like that?
I am not a musician.
Oh, I thought you said you were.
No. I've got a lot of friends that are, so it wouldn't be difficult to acquire that, but it wouldn't be my music.
I mean, that would help for the audio quality of it. Obviously, it wouldn't. A lot of this stuff is like, yeah, it's a little bit. There's a price involved, but a lot of the gear is like you can find a second hand.
To Manuel's point, I know this is something that both you and I are excited, and that you and I find exciting. And like Sherry said, there's a curiosity there. There's an instinct to pounce on a good idea is there. But I'm also very aware of what Manuel said. There needs to be a tell us to what we're doing. It can't just be haphazard. We can't just say bring a laptop and set it up. So from the Boston, from the American side, it's from the video that I've seen, it's you trying to get people to engage with you, like they choose whether or not. And in at Speaker's Corner, people come way to engage with you. They're mostly there to tell you why you're wrong and why they're right, but they're there to engage. So there's a lot of the foot count is a lot higher in at Speaker's Corner. How do we?
That's a good question. I mean, that's one of the reasons. I mean, that's probably the main reason why I jumped on here is because it's worth talking about, especially.
You can just do
with everybody.
different formats, right? Like when you have two people, you use two people. When you have one person, you use one person. Like you don't have to make it difficult.
Well, the amount of people is one thing, but like the goal, I guess, of the project, and like I said, like the goal for me is experimental, and I wouldn't say, sometimes experiments fail and they blow up in your face.
Yeah.
Or it's organic, right? So like it's something that's going to morph into, like it's going to find its own.
Mark as a lack emerge.
Yeah, like it's going to find its own telos in the end. But I think that what you guys want to do is you want to show people that they can talk about things. Period. Right?
Yeah.
They can actually talk, because that's the world we live in. People aren't talking to each other anymore.
Not just talk. I've been on this, even on this live stream. Just listening to people. There's a lot of talking at Speaker's Corner, very little listening happening.
Right.
And that's something that I want to cultivate, and I'm sure it'll be the same for Rob as well.
Is there a university near Speaker's Corner? Is it like a what else is around there? Is it?
It's at Hyde Park, which is one of the biggest parks in London, and there's usually some kind of concert going on somewhere else in the park. It's a massive, massive park, so there are always events going on. But people travel exclusively just to come to Speaker's Corner and have their say. And
I see. Yeah, I mean, my goal, like, I get like, what's the goal? I guess the goal would be very similar to like the informational Silk Road. I guess is like, it's what's the goal of that? What is the goal of that? I mean, I'm sure it's been asked, and Vervaeke and everybody's been talking about it and giving their takes on it. And with Estuary, like what's the goal of Estuary? It's to, I think,
two things, no telos. Good job, Rob. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Mark, what's the telos of America?
Well, now it's
what's the telos of classical
corrupt.
liberalism?
Like there was a telos, go to the moon.
Yeah.
Fight World War II or whatever.
Those are direct. Those are immediate goals. Those aren't long-term goals. Tell us
Well,
as the end.
Right.
us-
No,
Well, no,
Dallas
for us,
can be-
for us, it's on the money, right? It's one nation under God. Like, there's no question about that, right? And that's what's being fought right now. But that is our tell us. That's why it's on the money, right? Because money represents
When was
potential
it put on the money again?
value in the future.
Did Jefferson put it on the money? Did Washington put it on the money?
No, because
Nelson
they
put it
didn't
on the
need
money?
to. They didn't need to. It was put on in the 50s, right? 52, something like that.
If it's so important to separate or if to integrate God with the country, why do we have the First Amendment, the first part of the First Amendment, which is Congress shall make no law to establish?
Because that is what colonizing liberalism. I don't think you can colonize liberalism, but it like if you read the Federalist Papers, that's why it's there, right? To be under God and not under a specific implementation or Protestant religion.
Is-
And why-
is-
That's why
is-
it's there.
This is no, this is why
Tell us.
I'm the experiment guy. The experiment might just blow up in my face because I think there are contradictions. And
No,
now I'm getting into the Massachusetts accent. This is how
there, there
me and Mark can
are
speak.
no
We're
contradictions
fluent
there.
in Massachusetts.
There are no contradictions there. It's real simple. Because,
the first is, then why don't we have a state church?
that's why, because you can't be under God if you have a specific church, then you're under that specific church, and that church is not God.
Okay, sorry, church. I mean religion. Why? What?
Because then you're not under God, you're under that specific religion, and that religion is instantiated in a church. That's exactly why.
So what if we have multiple gods? What if we have more than one God? Why?
But that's what I'm saying. Is that if you read the Federalist Papers, they say explicitly this won't work if you have multiple gods. They say that. They say
Unless
this
we're
experiment
living- so this is
doesn't
my-
work without God.
And
It's
we
clear as day.
Yeah,
are currently
so-
living in a pagan polytheistic America. We have so many
And-
gods. We
and
have
it's
money as the god,
and it's
we have
on
fame
fire.
as the god,
And it's on
we have,
fire.
egos
Yeah,
as the
yeah,
god.
right, Rob. So it looks like the founding fathers were absolutely correct. They've been proven 100% true. That's correct. They were right, and this is the evidence that they were right.
But they called it an experiment, right?
Yes, they did. This experiment won't work unless we're all under God. It's in the Federalist Papers. No, really, you can just read them. It's right
No,
there.
I understand that. I get that, and I'm with you. But here I'm at the crossroads between what I see in my eyes. If I go down to Harvard Square and tell this to people, and I say, like, do we have religious freedom? Do you believe in God on the whiteboard? Or if I say, how many gods do you believe in? Or is money a
Right.
god to you? Or do you
Right.
know anybody that worships?
You're gonna-
money? Do you know
Right,
anybody
you're
that
gonna
worships-
reveal the source of the problems that we see around us in America. Yeah, you will. That's right. And we see those problems. It says nothing about how to make sure that we're all under God. It is in federal that they all took it for granted because they were already there. They're like, well, of course everyone's gonna. They were still living in Christendom. You got to remember that. In
It's my
Christendom,
understanding that many of
disintegrated.
those lawyers were not Christians. Washington never admitted what his religion was.
All right, let me explain something to you. That is absolutely a lie, and it is just
Oh, it's
ahistorical. It's completely incorrect. It's
All right,
just
we'll
flat out
put
a
a
lie.
pin in that one, Mark. We'll come back to that one. But
Flat out a lie.
I have it on good authority that even on his deathbed, Washington never specifically stated what his religious positions were.
That doesn't mean he didn't have one.
It means he never.
I do that same trick. That doesn't mean I don't have one. That just means I ain't telling nobody. Those
Yeah,
are different things.
I'm not gonna do that either. Like, why would I state my religious position?
Because
None of your
suppose
business.
you're founding a country, and the most important thing is that we're
No.
all united under God, as Mark says. Wouldn't you
Yes.
want the first guy to be like, "Here's what
No,
I also think."
No,
No,
you would
like
want
the
somebody to
opposite.
never state their religion. That's Rob. We talked about this when we met, right? That's the power of New England. Nobody talks about their religion ever. You don't discuss religion. It can be brought up, but you would, like down south, you ask, what church do you go to? That is a valid question to ask somebody new. And up north, if you did that, you'd be run out of town on a rail. That is a no-no in New England. And for that very reason.
So this is the dilemma. This is the whole reason why this corner is interesting and why it's because we demand a certain metaphysic, but we never say what it is.
No, I don't think so. Hey, I don't like the word metaphysic, but no, we don't. We demand obedience to God, under God, right? That's what's demanded of the experiment to
Whose
succeed.
God? What God?
Yeah, but back then there was no difference in the what God. There was just a difference in the church or the religion. That's
What
the
about
that's the thing
Gnostic
people are
thought?
missing.
They were well read. They knew that the Gnostics, whatever. I'm not too knowledgeable about it, but I know that there were certain sects that viewed God not as a benevolent, loving father. So what about that God?
They didn't let them in the country, actually explicitly. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta learn a little more history. They sent them to
Which one?
Canada, maybe.
There
They
was
didn't let them.
Jesuits, there was
Can
Can we get
Puritans.
Sherry? Sherry wants to
We're
have a
gonna
word.
get we're gonna get into a Massachusetts argument here. Feel it coming on. So if the United States was conceived of as an experiment, is it possible that it was doomed to fail?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it again, it's explicit. Like, if it's not under God, it's not going to work. And so far, that has proven to be true. And every day we get more division and more mini religions popping up. It certainly seems to be destroying the country. Absolutely. I think I always thought the founding fathers were correct. Always.
Plus, we have to keep in mind that Calvinists and Puritans they settled first in Massachusetts. So Paul, in his religious tradition, took root first in Massachusetts.
Mhm.
It's just a curious.
No. No, they weren't the first in
Jonathan
the country.
Edwards.
Actually, yeah, they
The
were.
Hindus were there
They
first.
may have been. Plymouth was the first successful colony, but it wasn't the first successful settlement. But the other settlements weren't colonies, and then that's Tidewater. That's the middle Atlantic.
Yeah, hey CW, what's up?
CW, you need to jump in here. I
Please
never
do,
get-
CW.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need more
I'm
people.
a long time lurker.
Well, I'm glad you jumped in, Rob. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, me too. I mean, so the generation. I mean, so the telos of like, what if? It's just a curiosity I have, Sherry. Like, what my telos is trying to figure out the answer is: are we
Yeah,
doomed
well,
to
see,
fail?
this is the
or
thing.
could-
Okay, so I quote this all the time. Rainer Maria Rilke. He wrote this beautiful book called Letters to a Young Poet. Highly recommend it. I think you would love it, Rob. And in there, the guy's asking him all these questions, and he says, don't try to find the answers to your questions. Live into the question, right? So that one day you might find yourself in the answer. And this is how I think that most, I think if most people lived like that, we would have, if Mo, he's not going to agree with what I'm going to say. But anyway, if most people lived like that, they wouldn't be clinging to their answers, which is what most people do, is they cling to their answers. If you, and I think it's easy for people who are curious to live into a question, right? Because they use the questions as stepping stones to travel on. Some people, they just want to find a place to park it. They really want to land somewhere. If I personally couldn't land, like if I stopped moving, I'd probably just shrivel up and die, literally. I have to live.
Yes,
into the
so
question.
there's like an exploration element to this curiosity. Like
Yeah, and I think
there's
Peterson
some.
was really, really clear when he talked about having 1 foot in chaos and 1 foot in order, and that it's right there in the middle that you find meaning, right between chaos and order. So this is the young man going, the heroic journey, right? The young man leaves the village on a mission to retrieve something from a dragon, whether it's a princess or a treasure or whatever, but something that he's going to return back to his village. So he goes from order into chaos. And it's in that movement that he finds meaning, right? Any too much order is meaningless, and too much chaos is meaningless. But when you live, and that is what Peterson called the seeking mode, right? That is the seeking mode. And Jesus says, if you seek, you will find. Okay, so What is it that you're finding? I think you're finding meaning. If you seek, you will find meaning, right?
Fulfillment. That's what we'll find.
I think
Well,
that's
that's
I don't really
what
disagree
meaning.
with that.
That's what meaning brings you. It brings you fulfillment. It brings you purpose. It brings you all those things, right? When you see a meaning in what you're doing, you can't live a meaningless existence. That's like the
Yeah,
epitome of
I
depression.
do. That was well said, Sherry. I think, but
Ethan's correct,
it-
by the way.
to I don't think I could critique that right now, but it is interesting what you just said. Even that sort of idea of could be critiqued, and I have in my own way.
Yeah,
I guess.
no, that'd be great.
No-
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit more. I guess it's tied into what Ethan's saying, and I think this is the heart of the question for me, in the heart of classic, whether you believe it's a real good term or not, classic liberalism, Americanism, this liberal spirit of sharing ideas. And if what Ethan just said is correct, wouldn't that necessarily mean that this corner is a foothold for the devil?
Well, that's the criticism.
Because we
that
have
Iron Mark have
the
been making.
spirit of
That's
Well-
the criticism. It's
The what's in
exactly
it?
the criticism.
That's the criticism that Iron Mark have been making about this little quarter, that it doesn't have a telos.
Yeah, I like all you guys. Don't worry if anybody doesn't. Everybody makes
Okay,
good points.
so here's a question. When you were born, did you have a telos?
Yes, inherited from my parents.
Yep.
Did you
I
have
mean,
a
I would say there's a natural.
Did you have a
I wouldn't say
conscious
telos. I would say
telos?
goal. My goal is to just. It's like an instinct. I have the. If you throw a baby into water, he can swim a little bit. So
Yep.
there's like a natural survival instinct, and so your instinct to survive is like a telos, and that's
Mhm.
like a naturalistic
Yeah,
argument.
but
I think.
is the baby conscious of that? Is the baby conscious of any of its instincts? No.
No. The
No,
So
is
did the
the
baby
Bruce
write
possessed
a
by the
charter
devil
and have
conscious
it
of
signed
that,
before he
Sherry?
was conceived?
Yeah. So consciousness isn't the issue.
Pardon?
Consciousness wasn't the issue. We don't have a definition for consciousness, so probably not.
Jesus says that we only enter the kingdom of heaven as little children.
If
Okay.
we follow him, like
What does that do to your telos theory then?
if you follow
Do anything
Jesus
to
Child
the
as
telos
telos,
theory. It
like,
doesn't affect it at all. Those two things are orthogonal.
Telos is just one of the four causes. If we're going to use, if we're going to call the Aristotelian ethic,
But that's only from the
Metaphysics or
observer perspective. What
epistemology.
about the person
It's only one.
who's being telosed?
You're not
Okay.
being telosed. Put the baby on an album cover.
You
Watch
you
it
get- you
2
get-
years
you get-
later.
See,
Good one,
the
CW.
baby-
Sherry,
you think-
it's really simple, right? Like
No, it's nothing is simple. Okay, so
no, it
don't
is.
start
It
with
is
that one.
either you pick your telos, right, and you're intentional about it, or it will be provided for you, and you don't know
Right.
what it will be provided by. Like that's
Okay, so
Yeah.
when you're born, you have a telos. This is I'm restating your thing here,
Yes.
Rob.
Inherited
When
from
you're
your
born,
parents.
you have a telos according to Aristotle, but that telos is not known by you. That telos
Yeah.
is only known by those who observe you. Okay?
no, it's
Okay,
outside of
like, why is that
observing.
relevant?
I think from what I understand about human nature is that we have a survival instinct. Doesn't matter which country you're born in, what language you speak. You have, if you're suffocating, you want to breathe. Like in your
Yeah.
body does
Right.
all this.
And
And
if
you
you're
don't have
scared, you
control over it.
run. If you're scared, you run.
or you fight
and
or
sometimes-
whatever.
Or you fight,
Sometimes
or you
run-
freeze.
Sometimes you run off a cliff.
Yeah,
Right.
and
or you
sometimes
fight
you
and
freeze,
die.
and sometimes you fight and die. Yup. All of that
Okay,
is true.
so
At
what
all.
is that?
And
What
so
is
then
that?
when we
You still
develop our
haven't-
conscience-
you still haven't. For me, you still haven't created a solid argument for a baby not knowing its telos. This is
Why
this
do
is
I need to
Heidegger's
provide an
whole-
Doesn't have the
argument?
knowledge.
Why are we providing an argument for that? We weren't
This is
claiming that.
Heidegger's. This is Heidegger's whole thing about
The Nazi?
thrownness,
Yeah.
okay?
The idiot Nazi?
We don't ask.
Okay.
We don't ask to be born, right? We're thrown into the world.
No. That's not true. That's a statement that you cannot know. It appears to us as though we don't ask to be born, but
All
that's
right,
the best you can say.
We'll do it on. We'll do it on.
That's
your
good enough for a
terms.
phenomenologist.
It's
The only answer.
This is how it appears to us that we are thrown into the
Mhm.
world. Okay, and we didn't ask to be
Cool.
born.
Well, we don't know that. That you can't make that statement.
Well,
Well,
I know that I never asked my parents to conceive me. I know that because I
Okay.
There's no possible way you could know such a thing.
Right. So as I,
Let's
we're
let's
thrown into being, right?
Let
I get
Cheryl
that.
land. Let Cheryl land. She's trying to build an argument and it keeps getting torn down before she can build it. So we don't know. It seems to us that we don't know. We didn't ask to be born. Carry on, Cheryl.
yeah. So I'm just gonna reiterate that as infants, as children, we don't have a telos. We don't have a telos. We may appear to others to have a telos. It may be written in a book that we have a telos.
No,
There
no,
may
the
be a
observer,
doctor-
the observers
Let's
can't.
work.
Let me
The
finish.
observers
Let's
can't.
use-
No.
let's-
Guys,
let's-
Finish talking. Okay, just let me finish my thought.
I agree with what Sherry's saying. I agree.
Okay, but for us personally, we don't have one as children. We don't.
Look, all of that is observably false. Like, I don't know what else to even say. You can't observe somebody else's telos.
That's an easy.
child
that's
or
an
not.
easy thing for
All right.
you
So
to
I was.
say.
I
No,
guess I was
you actually can't technically. Like, I don't get it. Like, how would you do such a thing?
So what I think Sherry's getting at is that this is, Heideggerian speak. Is it maybe not exactly what he said, but we're influenced so much by our upbringing that we never asked to be a part of, where we're born, the language that we speak, the age in which we brought into existence. That ends up shaping us and giving us a telos, at least initially. We're mimickers, people in general. It's also human nature to mimic the people around us.
The
And
mimicry,
in the process of mimicking the adults and
Okay,
siblings
so
and neighbors,
let's make this
we
all.
develop,
Let's make this nice and neat.
latch on to telos.
Hold on, Cheryl. Let Rob land. Go on, Rob.
That's it. I'm somewhere between Sherry and I might have been splitting hairs
Okay, well let's
about
make it
instinctual
nice
stuff.
and
But
neat and Christian, and we'll say this: that Paul the Apostle says that he does things that he doesn't want to do, and things that he wants to do, he doesn't do.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, everybody's agreed on that.
Common ground. I think we might be able to get something generative going. Let's go.
Well, yeah, we're just stating universal truths that no one disagrees with, sure, but also aren't relevant. Sure.
they're relevant.
That's not very nice
Yeah.
to say. Actually,
That's not very generative.
What do you mean it's not very nice to say? I'm just
I guess
stating
nice
the
doesn't
fact
matter.
that you're
But
pretending as
anyways.
though telos and implementation being imperfect have some connection to one another, and I'm telling you they don't.
If you have a telos, then you have a goal. You're moving towards something. But if you can't even do the things that you want to do, how can you move towards it?
How can you do anything, Sherry?
Then how can you do anything at all, Sherry? That's what you just said.
Manuel.
You can't do
Good
anything.
question. How do you do anything?
Like I know that if I want to put my finger on the space bar, I can do it. Like so.
That's good.
Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I
things
think
happen.
there's all here
So
and
we're
only
doing
focusing on
something.
telos. The end goal isn't the full definition. There's still a whole
Okay.
other. Telos is a good way to analyze something, but it's not.
Final cause.
Yeah, final cause. We're not. We don't, and we can use other words too. We don't have to only use Aristotle's concepts.
Telos is the vision that draws you forward. Like I don't.
Okay, so
Right.
then if you know what that is, what is the telos of this little corner of the internet?
It doesn't have one because we
It
keep
doesn't have one,
labeling
yeah.
something that doesn't exist. That is
Yeah,
still
but how
my
do you know
point.
that? How do you know that?
Because nobody can tell me the telos. That's how you know it.
That's because
Saving
nobody
the
knows
world,
it.
Mark.
That's my
We're here
whole
to save the
point.
world.
And nobody knows it because it's not knowable.
People
That's
don't
right.
know
You're
their
you're
telos.
you're absolutely right. It's not knowable because there isn't to this little corner, and that is made explicit
So what
every
are you
time
worrying
somebody
about?
tries to
What are
talk
you
about it.
worrying about then? If you want to know something that nobody,
I'm
can
not
know?
worried about it at all. I'm just pointing out that you're absolutely right, and you agree with my original point. That's fantastic. Why
As
do
a-
we still fighting about agreement?
The
As a
statement earlier,
participant, go on, Sherry.
the statement earlier was that if this corner has no telos, then it's a foothold of the devil. Okay, What I'm
Yeah,
saying
still
is
true.
this little corner can't know it's Telos. And if you tell me that it can,
No, it can't. It can't because it doesn't exist, right? It absolutely can't.
I think it does exist.
Absolutely right.
Hold on, let me bridge. Let me
okay,
build a
let's hear
bridge
it.
here.
Let's
Go
hear it.
Rob.
So I think it does exist, and I think we can know a telos or goal or an ambition, whatever word we want to say. We can develop this, and it can happen. It's just a matter of getting people on board enough so that they all.
Yeah, but
They're not
but
going
now
to
you're
go
just
on.
stating
what
that
it
something
is.
is possible, not actual.
Wait,
Which I
No,
agree
it's
with.
not yet. There's the word is yet.
I-
The word yet.
Yes,
After
yet is possible.
after 4.5 years, it's not going to happen, Rob.
Can you
Well,
say that again,
I
Rob?
mean, I
'Cause
think it's building. I think it's get
I
this.
missed it.
Sorry, what?
Could you say it again? I you were interrupted.
Yeah, no,
didn't catch it.
I think it is possible that we can come up with one end goal, one ambition, or a series of closely networked ambitions, and that it is going to be knowable, and that people can choose to work towards it if they want to or not. And then, for me, the whole, whether it's estuary or this corner or this little nexus or the information Silk Road, whatever, I think it's all nested in a classically liberal notion about free exchange of ideas, and that overall, and I have my own critiques of classical liberalism, which is why I'm kind of like experimenting with, the country, the US, the classically liberal country, could actually be destined to fail. But let's try to figure out if it's true. Let's run the experiment. Let's see if we can have a free exchange of ideas. We can have Jews and Christians and Muslims and atheists.
Yeah, that's Rob. That's all fine, but I wouldn't use classical liberal for this because it's not grounded in the classics at all.
I've got. You said this local does not exist. Is that because it doesn't have a pope? Is that?
Well, let me rephrase what Rob said, right? So what Rob said is basically, if we get together and get a constitution, that which constitutes this little corner, then we create the little corner. Like that's literally what that is.
I agree. That would happen if that were possible.
So the First Amendment, not the part about separating religion, but the free exchange of ideas. That's the hiccup. So our first principle of free exchange of ideas is that the foothold of the devil. It's like the essential question of classic liberalism. If we exchange,
because that's not the telos. Like,
no, but it's the first principle.
No, it's not the first principle.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's explicitly not the first principle. The first principle is the experiment fails if it's not everybody under God.
Before we go back and forth, yes, no, yes. Hi, Tim. How are you doing?
Hey,
Hi,
doing
Tim.
good. I obviously we're having some anxiety about what's going to keep us all together in the future.
We were never together. Don't worry.
Yeah, the claim is there is no us. There is no us being together. There is no.
There never has been. Like,
I completely agree. Like I said before, I feel like when I'm trying to explain this to my wife, I just feel like Kip explaining, oh yeah, I'm going to my chat room. It's gonna be like could take like 4 or 5 hours, and we'll see when I'm done.
Chat meeting.
And it's just, yeah. I mean, we cohere around enjoying each other's company and conversations, but that's not something that can really cohere people together.
Some of us, but not all of us. Like some of us don't talk to others of us.
That's
the other problem.
Yes, and I was thinking about that. I think that if there's going to be something that endures, I don't think it's going to be like the foundation is a good step, but it's not something that can really cause people to cohere. But what could endure, cause this to endure, whatever this is, if it's worth something that's worth enduring, would be if it creates some things that serve people. That would be, and those submissions, if we had submissions to cohere around,
maybe.
And those things would the people that involved with those would cohere because they have a goal together. But then it's the way it's tied to this corner would just simply be, that's how we found each other.
It would be a corner of the corner, as Paul Vanderklay stated when he talked to Justin. And right at the end,
if I had a magic wand, nobody would use the word corner anymore. That's just a bad vocabulary. A corner is a place.
That's funny.
It's a bad terminology.
I think it's
I've
the
heard of
best
randos,
actual
too.
description of the thing that isn't actually. I think it's the closest because people
Yeah, but
treat it like
applies
it
all
is a
this
corner that
geometry.
they're
It
backed
doesn't-
into, and they're angry and resentful that there's a corner. That's how they treat it. So I think it's ironic that it's actually called that. I
That's,
think
that's
it's
just
dead
a
on.
language game,
Do
Mark.
do
Come on.
you?
You're just playing language games.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I think corners are where dumb people have to go stand.
Okay.
I see. I
don't
like the
necessarily
informational
disagree.
Silk Road, the network, the road network. That's a better analogy, I think. It's a system of roads and paths.
No, it's not a system,
I
Rob.
want to
It's
talk
not.
about I want to talk about this word cohere, because if I could get rid of a word, it would be that one.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
think that we're all connected.
That's
whether
rebellion.
we like it-
You don't
whether
want
we like it
coherence.
or
Remember-
not.
Go
We
here
got the
is
idea
to
of, like,
hear
the New
bits.
England
Like
town
this is
council.
literally what everybody's been promoting in this little corner.
Yep. And then they don't do it, which is just
Yeah, well,
funny.
I think that they're missing the bigger picture, which is they already are connected.
No, they're not, because
No,
it's
they're
not
not.
happening. Like you can't say something is when it's not
What?
manifest.
I
What?
think it's important
What?
for us to recognize the
What
medium in
is
which
not
we're
happening?
engaging.
See,
That's
Tim
the
said
connection.
we have to.
Like that's what
connectedness.
everybody is frustrated about. Like literally, that's what this conversation has been about the whole time. Like I don't understand.
It's not about anything. It's just people talking at a bunch of laptops. It's not
Yes,
about the aboutness is just your relative.
I'm not even on a laptop.
that's what I'm pointing to. The medium is the message, and the medium that we're engaging on right now is limits the connection that can be made, and to pretend as if it doesn't would not be useful. Now, everyone that I met at Chino, everyone that I spent time with at the campsite, those were meaningful connections. Those are chatting in the chat. I'm not putting your chat up because you're being a little bit trollish, but when meeting Chad in person, great, true friend, love that brother for life now. And so it's a mean to a connection, but to pretend as if this just chatting streams, the Discord servers are making real connections would be disingenuous.
When Kip marries LaFonda, then that's when it really gets real.
There you go, Tim. I was waiting. That's another good reference
Well,
right there.
I don't know. I don't think so, Teo. I'm gonna have to disagree with you, because I don't think it's disingenuous. I think that we're all connected, whether we like it or not, and we are, okay. So I'll put it in this kind of language. We may not be bodily in the same room, but consciously we are, okay? And we can move in and out, which is what a conversation is, of each other's consciousnesses, right? And we can share consciousness. And we have those, well, just let me finish talking, and then maybe.
No, I'm with you. I just sorry.
No, I was talking to Manuel and
I'm literally
So-
muted. Like
No, you weren't. I heard you. Or
Go ahead. Sorry.
sorry.
Sorry,
Go
Sherry.
ahead.
yeah, this
And
is
Siri.
how connected we are. Okay. You're
no,
literally
this is
muted,
how
and I know
you're
exactly
over connecting
what
to
you're
something, and you're not connected to me because I'm disconnecting by shaking my head. Like I'm literally effectively disconnecting from you because I,
I think
don't agree.
we're all
Like-
speaking English. So English language is the connecting roadway that we're communicating.
No.
So we're sharing
So,
language.
I just want to point out something like that what just happened right now is how I imagine the conversation with Richard went, and that's what I imagine as it was pointing to in this fact that the spirit wasn't welcoming. Now, I'm not saying right or wrong, but
You need to go watch it, Tim. You need to go
Okay,
watch it.
yeah.
I wasn't the only one there. Like everyone's like, "Oh, Mark did this." Mark, there were a bunch of people there. We were all saying the same thing. That's the funny part is that they're attacking me, and I'm like, "Well, whatever." But I wasn't even the only one there. Like, what is wrong with you people? Like, seriously,
Richard
like,
was
there's
being
a
a pain in the
problem
butt.
there.
I know, Cleavers. I know.
Well, I'm just gonna tell this little story and then I'm gonna sign off. Okay.
Okay.
But I had a dream one time that I was standing in front of the judgment seat, and I could only see God's feet, and I remember thinking, okay, I can do this. All I have to do is toughen up. I can take it. Whatever He brings, I can do it. I can humble myself. I can say I'm sorry. I can realize I was wrong. I can do all that stuff. Okay. And so I'm steeling myself. And suddenly I hear a cough. And I turn around and there's myriads of people standing behind me. Myriads, like never ending. Okay. And I looked and I said to God, are they all gonna hear all this? And He said, Sherry, whatever happened to you happened to them. That was my dream. And that's why I'm saying, whether we like it or not, we are all connected. And I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to sign off now. And
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
Sherry.
watch you guys
Thank you, Sherry.
hash it out.
Like Sherry.
Okay.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Love
Sherry.
you all.
That was a good.
Bye.
Thanks for sharing that dream.
I think that Sherry's right in a way, but at the same time, I think we are right to feel the anxiety about what the future is going to be for whatever this is, and whether this will be around in a couple of years. It's nothing like it was a couple of years ago,
Right.
and it will in a couple of years. It'll be nothing like it is now.
Well, and if we're
And-
if we're all connected, why can't we act like that instead of acting as having double standards and pointing at ridiculous things and like keep saying it over and over again as if it's going to manifest, and it actually takes struggle and effort that's not being put in.
I also think that the events, like Nate was suggesting that I need to bring my wife to an event, and I think that the relationships are. I'm never gonna convince her to come on come into our chat room.
Why does she need to? I don't understand the need for all that.
Well,
I'm like, why
think
can't different people integrate differently into their belief system?
I think if this is going to be something that endures, and if people want this to endure, if that's a goal, then it would have to be something that people can somehow get into. And I think that it's not something that really has broad appeals for people who like to talk. And I think that, going to if I were to bring my wife, for example, to an Esther rave, I don't think she would like it. She would enjoy meeting people, but she wouldn't enjoy listening to the talks.
Right.
And
that's fine. Like men's clubs are a thing. What's wrong with everybody's treating this like it's a bad thing? It's like if it's a men's only space or whatever, then why is that bad? I don't understand.
But Tim, you said if this is to continue, we need to change it. So it's not this that's going to continue.
Exactly. This will not continue.
Right.
I think that the best thing from my perspective, if I just throw it out there, my perspective, the best thing that we could accomplish beyond forming relationships together would be for us to come up with some missions to accomplish and do, not just the get-togethers, but actual things to accomplish in the world. And then we could have some goals that could keep together.
How about building a from Boston to London? That's like a goal to we could.
Some of us do. Yeah, the Boston-London thing that Rob wants to do, that's a goal.
I can't participate in that, but yeah, that's great.
Well, you could. If it's going to be on StreamYard, you could. That's the thing. You jump in. There's no reason why we couldn't give you the link.
If you tag me, I'll hop in.
Great.
Mark could be in South Carolina, or wherever he is. He could be.
I'm in South Carolina.
Just virtually. It could be like challenge or change Mark's mind. He could be like.
No, you don't want to do that to people, Rob. That's not nice. Nice.
Like you might end up in jail for that.
Yeah, you'd probably end up lynched for that one. They know me in Boston anyway. There's way too many people in Boston that know me. They wouldn't even try. They all know better.
That's why we have to get the Londoners, the unsuspecting Brits.
No, I don't want to hurt any more
Where's-
unsuspecting Brits.
Where's the third city? We need a third city to make it a nice triad. That would really start to spin things. Where's another? I don't know, but where? Like,
Oh, we got a foothold in Chicago there. You can get Sam Adams or somebody to do Chicago, right? That wouldn't be
That
bad.
would be cool.
They're only an hour off in the other direction, so
Tim, I want to press you more about this little corner being a thing and what this, because I agree with you. I became a part of this around early 2020, and even since then, it's changed. It's moved up from being mainly Discord centric to just chatting centric, and the events are now more frequent. So you're right. It's not going to be the way it is now 2 years from now. What insights have you got to what it could be, or how it's changing based on how it's changed before?
The thing that gets me most excited as far as, making the relationships that we have endure would be to get involved with, like, there's a couple of projects that are going on, like the Tecton School.
Yes.
And there's been a couple of things like that along those lines where real world kind of projects that people can get involved with. And I think that what would be really great is if, down the road, 10 years, some of the relationships we have endure because we have projects that we did together. Like Mark was talking about people that he met in early chat rooms in the early internet. And those relationships did endure because they were working in similar fields. And he does know some of these people today, I think he said. And that happened because they continued to have things that they could do together. So, the thinky talky stuff that we're doing now, I'm really enjoying it. And it's wonderful. I've been basically a YouTube consumer. I never got involved with the Discord part of it at all. So I was just a YouTube consumer until it's just chatting stuff. Now this is actually giving me a way to engage people directly, and it's a whole different thing, which is great. But it's just not something that it takes a particular type of temperament and interest level for people to get involved with it.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think the projects, if we work on projects together, that does instead makes things more concrete. I think that this is where this is where I agree with Mark Emmanuel and going on about structure. I think the problem is that this little corner is not a little corner. It's a bunch of little corners that sort of have that algorithmically connected, but sometimes not much more than that. So there are a bunch of projects. You mentioned Michael's Tectonic School. Manuel and Mark have spent most of this stream telling everyone we've got things going on, come pay attention. And so all the little corners, Chad is working on his thing as well. He's working on a script at the moment. So we've got all these little projects going on, but there's not a network of, okay, this is what's going on. If you want to get involved in this, there's not a directory saying this is what's currently happening in the little corner and this is how you can get involved in it. So that's where I think the structure would be important.
Yeah, I didn't know about those projects, so that's a really good point.
Well, and like this goes back to where we all started, right? Like the people that come in here, right? Like they're in a spirit of rebellion, right? Like you end up in the corner for a reason. That's because you're not in the center, right?
I'm not a rebel at all.
Well, no, like not everybody, right? But like a lot of people are. Like I don't want to talk in universals, but like this is the problem that we deal with, right? Like we got all these people, like why do you lose faith? Well, you lose faith because you rebel towards God. Like no other way to say that. Sorry, right? Like that's
Manuel,
an outright rebellion.
Well, you said the center. You made, the positional reference. So the center. When I look, this is an American context, so it's probably different than European, but
no, the center is there where life is.
Is where life. So I can see the center with my I feel the center, like I'm living.
No, don't take it too literal. Like the center is where you live, right? And if you cease to be able to live,
so this is a
you
metaphor.
have to go to
It's
the
not a
edge.
Okay.
No, it's
yeah,
not a
yeah.
metaphor. It's also a metaphor, but it's not just a metaphor.
Okay. So when people say American society is polarized, and it seems to me like the majority of people are polarized in one directionality, whichever spatial quadrant. It doesn't seem like the center is there. It seems like
Right.
the center.
That's why it seems that they're polarized, because everyone's being forced to the margins, or the margins are being made the center, as Peugeot says. That's the correct way to think about it. And then what you have is you have one side that we'll just imagine that they're black balls, right? They're the absence of light. And then you have the other side that's a rainbow of colors, literally, although it's opposite of what they're portraying, we'll say, right? And you see two sides, but actually there's a bunch of people, we'll say, on the right, or the conservatives, who all are like live and let live within boundaries. And then we have a bunch of boundaryless people who just don't want any judgment, any punishment, any discernment. And it looks polarized, but it's not, because one group is cohered around parasitic destruction of all
Okay, all
color,
right.
and the
I-
other
I-
group
I'm
is an array of colors.
All right. So my question was just about the people who find themselves in this corner. I don't like the word corner, but people who find themselves in this network of information, they are not in the center, is what Manuel said. Is that how you understand it? That
Yeah,
there's
they've
nothing
been
in the center,
ejected.
have to
They
come out.
have rejected being in the center on purpose. They're rebelling, or maybe not on purpose. Maybe they're meaning crisis people, and they never introduced to the center, right? So they were always floating. But yeah, I mean, explicitly that seems to be the case, and it's not 100%, right? But it's like 99.9. So
Okay, so it's like people can't find they can't gel with what's offered either in the New York, any kind of media, whatever. A bunch of people.
Well, it's not that they
majority-
can't. It's not that they can't. They have
Or they
actively chosen not to. That's what rebellion is. I chose not to conform. Okay, that's
for a
choice
reason.
you
They must
make.
have a reason, right?
It doesn't matter what the reason is.
Who
I just-
cares what the reason
I'm
is?
just-
They could have dozens of reasons. Could be thousands.
So what were you rebelling against, Mark?
I wasn't rebelling against anything. I'm trying to
How
create
did you
order.
rebel?
I don't even understand. Do you guys really not understand that we're building stuff? Like, is it we're still not there yet?
I'm just trying to understand the language. So you guys make it seems like there's a thing of
Dude,
rebellious people.
stop.
come
Like
here
I
to the corner.
made the statement, and I
Right, I
said
just
I
wanted to
don't want to
clarify,
have
that's
a
all, thank you.
universal statement, right? Like I stated that I was trying to describe a problem of the people that end up in this little corner. Now you can disagree with my framing, but like
I
think
just
you
want a
do.
clarification.
Well, then don't say that like it's universally applicable, because you're universalized.
I didn't
by...
say universally applicable.
No, you applied it to Mark.
I was asking Mark particular. I was asking him.
Yeah.
Like, particular.
Yeah, but you already framed him in the frame that was not justified to put him in that frame.
Because you said everyone in this corner are dead because they rebel against something. So he asked, "What are you rebelling against?" I thought that was a fair question to ask.
No, I actually, before he started talking, I literally said I don't want to universalize that statement. Like I literally said that.
I'm sorry. I just want a clarification because when you
Yeah.
said center, you and Mark tend to make these spatial analogies a lot. There's a center. There's in the corner. Like I said, the corner exists in a spatial metaphorical.
We're
analogy.
stealing center and margin from Peugeot. That's not our stuff.
What about Descartes? It sounds very Cartesian to me.
Okay, that's your problem. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
not my
still
problem,
reject
I just
Descartes
want
explicitly.
clarification.
Still reject Descartes explicitly. Still vertical causality. There's no vertical
Okay.
anything in Descartes.
I'm just curious how, if it's true that people end up here because they're rebelling against the center, can we go around in the circle and just doesn't have to be details. What are we rebelling against?
I don't think people know what they're rebelling against, but I don't see why that's relevant. Like, what are you trying to do
I
by
want
trying to get people to
clarification.
explain?
Because I'm my description of how people end up here might be different than yours. And
I'm sure it is. So just give your description, dude. Like all the rebels we meet say, oh, "I'm not rebelling," and then they start arguing and complaining and rebelling, and it's like I don't know what to tell you.
The only thing that I'm seeing is that you're really rebelling against the frame that I'm gave just now. Like that's all I see.
All right, then please continue. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue, Emmanuel.
Like
Rob, you're not the first to encounter. I just got done at getting the treatment. So
the hot seat.
Why don't you just say what you see, Rob? Like I don't understand. Just
Because
tell
you guys are
Emmanuel
just gonna
what you see.
What if you disagree? So
I cannot.
We can't disagree. You haven't made a statement to disagree with. Why are you worried about it?
I just wanted clarification about these centers and rebellion and corners. Because what if there are no spatial? What if it doesn't map onto a spatial analogy? What if it's What if
then
it's
I'll
more
die in
network
hell
with no center?
Then it doesn't map onto a spatial reality. That's fine. Good luck.
We love you, Rob.
The number. Okay.
Like, are you saying that I'm not
allowed?
allowed to use the spatial reality?
Mark, sorry, Rob. I'm just gonna interject. Mark Emmanuel, are you observing what's happening?
Like,
Rob,
I don't like. I'm really confused.
Let me land. Thank you. Are you observing how I've had a similar encounter where I'm just like lost between you two of what's going on, and now Rob's having the same encounter? Surely something's that's pointed something in your approach.
Yes.
I'm doing this all in good faith, good fun.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to pin anybody down. And
look, it's absolutely pointing to something. You're not listening to Peugeot, or you don't believe Peugeot, and that's fine. If you don't want to believe Peugeot,
why do
don't
we
believe
only
Peugeot.
have to listen to Peugeot?
Put it in your own framing. I don't care. Like just state what you see.
You just
Why
made
is
an
this
appeal
so
to
hard?
authority, Mark. You just made a direct appeal to authority. I'm not listening to Peugeot. Who cares if I'm listening?
Make an appeal to authority.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
you don't
You
listen to
just
Peugeot.
did.
You don't listen to Peugeot. No. I took the authority off of me. Is all I did. I said, look, this is what Peugeot talks about. He talks about the center and the margins. It's actually not the way I talk about it. I just talk about it in terms of rebellion. Right? Some people will rebel against anything in front of them.
Mark,
you can give them framing, and they would go, "Well, what? That framing's not valid." Like you just did, and that's fine, Rob. But like
I didn't
that's
say it was
all
not valid.
example
I
right
just wanted
there.
the justification for this.
He
for
was
the
trying
center in the
to.
corner.
He like me was trying to get clarification on what was being said, and then it just pretty much got dismissed. Like, okay,
but if you want clarification, you ask for an explanation instead of challenging what is being said. Like that's just
no. The clarification was in the whole. I think I've made it clear already. I'm just curious what the center is that people are rebelling against.
Life. Participation in life.
Being. Goodness.
Oh,
the
so that was
true
three
and the
different
beautiful.
answers, by the way.
All of it.
Rob, say that again.
I'm not saying there is one answer. I think that's my point, is that maybe the center isn't one thing. Maybe the center is a lot of things.
It's all God, right? Like
the center is definitionally one thing. Otherwise, it's not a center. So
yeah, but that's a language. That's total. It's
no, it's not. No, it's a conceptual construction.
Logic right there.
No, it's a required conceptual construction to communicate. It's not a language thing at all.
Okay, yes. So let's just agree to those certain terms. Let's allow for clarification, since we're using the same language.
Okay.
Are you saying you disagree with our definition of the center? That it's God, it's the true, the good, the beautiful, it's life and its being? Do you disagree?
No, Rob. Let me try ask the question.
Well, can you just answer the freaking question? It's an easy question.
So you want me to
disagree with that or not?
Statement of my. You want confessional?
No, I want you to look. Can you just say I agree that those are in the center, or I don't agree that's literally all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a dissertation or a book or a reference. I'm just asking whether or not you agree with that.
My initial gut is telling me say no. My gut is telling me.
Okay, you're rebelling against the definition provided. That's fine. Maybe we should try this the other way around. Why don't you provide a definition of the center, and then we can see if we can find agreement.
Here's what I would say about the center. So we were talking how we arrived here is that
so you're not going to do that either. Okay.
Let me just give a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit of a preamble.
Muting you, Mark. Let him speak. Go on, Rob.
I don't think there is a center. What if there is no center?
Then we're doomed. Bye.
But so me saying there is no center is just as valid as you saying that there is one and it's driven from
Yeah,
God.
and we can keep going and we can say yes, no, yes.
Fine.
Like,
That's fine, Rob. If that's your reality, that's your reality.
Okay, let's
That's
just
fine.
deal with two different presuppositional standpoints. Can we? This corner
why?
can handle that.
Like you're blocking the conversation from going forward.
Oh, the chat's giving me
There's no center. That's fine, Rob. There's no center. Why are you trying to make
There's
something?
nothing to
There's
commune
nothing
around,
there.
so like we can't commune,
so
so
here-
like
no,
we
listen.
all die.
This conversation was going
Mark,
so well
listen.
until Rob disagreed or insinuated
We didn't
that.
disagree. Look,
Let me
fine. I agree. There's no center. Now what?
No. I'm saying this conversation between you three was going great until Rob insinuated that Mark was rebelling from something, and then it's just divulged into all this.
Well, because
What are you
I
talking
heard somebody
about?
say that everybody here is rebelling against something. That's how they
Yeah.
arrived here. That's what I heard. Did I mishear?
Yes, because I made a statement that it wasn't universal. Like, yes, you misheard.
It
So
wasn't
I misheard
universal.
everybody. I heard everybody. That wasn't said.
It was, but then it was clarified after that.
All right, then I apologize.
Four
I misheard.
times.
I apologize. So who else finds themselves here? What else so not everybody's rebelling. What
No, like I and Mark are trying to build things. Theo's trying to build something. You're trying to build something. Tim's trying to be constructive. So like, no, not everybody's rebelling, but you're rebelling right now. I can tell you that.
get the whip. No rebellions here.
Guys,
Death off
it's
the rebellion.
12:35 a.m.
All right, yeah.
where I'm at.
Put a bow on this. Mark, thank you. Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
we can keep this
I'm
running.
not trying
Theo,
to.
it's fine. Like,
I'm not trying to.
Oh yeah, you guys keep it going. Tim,
Okay, thanks.
Wait,
Right, Theo.
I'll
I'm
stay
sorry,
a little quiet.
before I do head off, Rob, can you email me so we can have a proper chat about what?
Yeah.
Yeah, get
Yeah.
that rolling, guys. That'd
Yeah,
be great.
Do that. That would be great.
Take it easy, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
See ya.
I'll say another 10 minutes. 10, 15 or whatever. I'm. The question I had is that maybe we're not all rebels. Maybe we're trying to maybe it's just maybe it's language. It's the words that we're choosing and saying this is the word that is describing it. How I would
Rob,
say is like
what
we're
is a
trying to
rebel
renovate
according to
something,
you?
not rebel against something. Something
What-
isn't right. Say your window is broken. You don't want to rebel against your house because your window is broken. You just want to fix the window. Is that rebelling?
Bro, what is a
There's some-
rebel according to you? Like, I need a definition of rebellion now.
Well, I'll just take the American context. About 10 miles from the shot heard around the world, where American rebels rebelled against the king, and that's what started the American
okay.
Revolution.
So what is a rebel?
Those men. That's one example of a rebel. There's other.
No. I want the
What
word,
qualities
not
do they
an
have?
example. Like, what is the
I
word
just gave an
describing?
example.
Yeah, you can't use the language at some point, right? Definitions
No,
aren't on the
I
table.
like using language. I just want to make sure that we have a mutual. The language
you
is
put a
road-
definition on the table, that would be easier to agree with than
A rebel
the
is
fact-
somebody that goes against authority. How about that? That's
Okay.
simple enough.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds
now let's go. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Are-
what is authority?
Authority, so people form groups, and typically, historically, I'm making a historical reference, is that in order to keep the group sustained, authority is established in all
Mhm.
different ways. Supposedly, you typically, idealistically, to benefit the whole of the group.
And what if
And
and
there
what
could
if
be a group, a family could have authority.
yeah.
In this
Brent,
sort of
Brent,
stuff.
no,
This
we're
is-
all on the
we
same
can
page
just
with
use this-
authority,
we
Rob. No,
we should have the
we're all
dictionary
on the
to
same
make sure
page.
that we're not just.
No, we're all on the same page with authority. So why isn't there an authority holding together TLC or whatever the heck you guys want to call your little non-experiment?
Because Paul's a Protestant.
That's exactly right. That's it right there. In America is a Protestant country.
Right. And what do Protestants do?
They rebel.
Rebel.
They rebel.
Oh, okay. So then
Thank you.
they're
Listen,
all
Why do we
rebels
disagree?
here.
We've talked about this, Mark. You know, this is why
Yeah, but Rob, then
this
then
is my state of confusion. This is why I think of it in terms of an
Why
experiment.
is this? Why is rebellion by Protestants confusing?
No. Listen, because there's a certain amount of authority that we're supposed to. We're united, right? And I keep coming back to the American context.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. That's
Because-
the problem
so
of today
because
is that we're not, in fact, united in the country. And the other thing that is not united explicitly is, quote, this little corner. It's not uniting. It won't unite. Every time somebody puts forth an authority like Jacob has done, they did nothing but bitch, whine, moan, and complain and say, we don't want any leaders. We don't want Mark Emanuel. We don't want whoever Jacob's
No,
going to
I get it,
nominate.
Mark,
we don't, right? That's what they did.
So I'm standing between both of these arguments, and I get it. This is it's aporia. It's the state.
What's
of
the
this
other
confusion.
argument? I don't understand.
What do you mean? I'm evaluating two scenarios at once in my.
There aren't two.
What-
There are like 10,000. That's kind of the point.
Well, 10,000 solidified into.
We're not
authority
between
versus
10,000
Protestant.
arguments.
So
It's
we
not
just
happening.
we just spent that time distilling it down to authority versus Protestant.
No,
Right? And
no,
unite.
no. We
authority
spent that
unites
time
and
defining
Protestant
rebellion. No, we spent that time defining rebellion, and I pointed out the fact that there isn't an authority leading a container or a group or a corporation or a foundation or a bunch of missions, to Tim's point, or a bunch of projects. And the reason why those projects aren't centralized to one location is because there's a bunch of rebels preventing that from happening
And I see this,
explicitly.
and I know your critique of Paul is that he's not taking a leadership role, and I generally agree with that critique. I agree with that. Maybe Paul should be
Okay.
more. Maybe when he retires from Sacramento, he can take on a more leadership role. But
He's not going
now
to,
he's-
but okay.
he probably won't. He probably won't. But in that
No,
sense,
he won't, and I don't necessarily think he should. Like, I'm not even sure he's the right person for the job. That was never the point. The point wasn't to get Paul to do something. That was never my point ever. If you thought it was, you really weren't paying attention. You weren't listening.
I didn't say
me.
it was. You're
actually-
implying
No, no,
that
I,
is
that
the
wasn't
best
aimed at you, Rob.
So-
That wasn't aimed at you. I'm saying in general,
Okay,
if
generally.
anybody thought I ever said that, they weren't listening
All
to
right.
me.
I think we
right?
squashed this. Ethan, you had a pretty provocative comment.
Understand, Mark. They may not have understood you.
What's that?
I said they may have been listening but didn't understand you.
Come on, Ethan.
Okay. About the foothold of the devil. The reason, the fact that you might find that challenging is not. It makes sense that you find that challenging, hearing that you don't believe in centers, and yeah,
So my particular
and the whole
beliefs
telos thing.
aren't
Like
what-
it's all the same thing.
my particular beliefs aren't what drove me to this corner. I'm more interested in the macro societal stuff, like my country. It seems like you're an American, Ethan, from what I just can witness, at least North American. And the metaphysics of this country is contradictory, and this is my state of aporia. This is what drove me. I wasn't rebelling. I was just in a state of confusion. That's what brought me to this corner. And on the one hand, we have free expression of ideas. And then on the other hand, we might have this thing of like, oh, open ideas and the First Amendment might actually allow the devil to come in. And I'm not, I don't mean to strawman what you said. But, you know, and so, yeah, I'm not the most Christian. I'm not even, you know, I'm not an atheist, but I'm not a Christian. And there's a lot of Christians in this corner. Mark doesn't strike me as a very Christian.
If you don't like the Christian language, you can use different language. I mean, just it's a foothold for absolute destruction. You know, complete loss of order. You know, I mean, you can use different words, but they mean the same thing. You know, we could say. Okay, anyways, continue.
No, he understands the unity of diversity.
Such thing.
CW, you should jump on here. That would make. I do
Well,
another.
but
15
that's the
minutes to
argument
CW.
that you're making.
My general state is aportic, is if that's a word, aporia. I'm an American. I'm confused. I have this existential dread of like who to follow. What is the center? Why are we even going to be able to unite? And to me, like all of this is like a political, sociological, anthropological human group dynamics. And our country allows for the free worship of ideas and free expression. This is the first thing, according to the list of things that we're supposed to believe in. But
it's not. Those are amendments. They're
There-
not.
the thing is there's a
you know what I mean, Mark. You know what
Those
I mean.
were all-
No.
The First Amendment. So are we gonna have a debate on the First Amendment or the
No, what
the Articles of
amendment
Confederation?
means. And it's still couched in the framework. I mean, this is, look, Rob, you're right on the, and we talked about this, right? You're right on the cusp of the difference between liberalism, which just has no boundaries, and classical liberalism, which is where your liberalism is bounded in an understanding of, appreciation of, and acceptance of the classical layout from, say, ancient Rome and ancient Greece.
This is where I think you're just because the word classical is used, it doesn't mean that they all read Aristotle.
No, that's actually literally what it means historically. Anthropologically and historically true. That's the problem.
I think we should defer to a more scholarly. Let's appeal to authority. Let's try to
Go ahead.
I think
Go ahead. You're assuming I have it.
No,
This is
classical
annoying.
means
Assume I have it.
like explicitly means ancient Rome and Greece. I mean, it's fine if that's not what you mean. I mean,
No, it is. It is. I understand that the founding fathers of the country were very well versed in the classics, but when you go to a poli-sci class and they talk about liberalism and democratic liberalism, liberal democracies, and they say the classical version of liberalism compared to the liberalism that we see around us today, there's a classical version of it which is generally called like post-Enlightenment, Protestant,
They
American.
renamed. I understand that they renamed it. Okay, but they betray themselves by saying there's a classical version of it. And yes, this is why I think the most important thing actually that Jordan Peterson ever talks about is classical liberalism, because there is a distinction between classical liberalism, which is valid, and other forms of liberalism which appear not to be.
Okay, then what if I introduced, not me introduced, but what if I bring up the word Americanism, old from like 18th century Americanism? Would you understand
classical liberalism?
The thing is that you're missing is that all these assertions about freedom, whatever that our country is kind of founded on, they were embedded in a context, an implied context, and that context has been lost. And that's what Mark is saying, how everything is being threatened and crumbling. We've lost the roots, right? The ground that the roots were growing in that aren't explicitly seen, but they're still there. We've lost that. We've detached ourselves from that. It wasn't this freedom of ideas. It wasn't pluralism. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was not pluralism. It wasn't okay. Everyone can worship their own God however they want to do, however they want to. You know, it was one God. It was a God. Yeah. It was a specific God.
I don't know. I agreed with. I agree. I'm not quite sure that there was already different sects of Christians. Yes, there were. There were Quakers. There were Calvinists.
Still the same God, dude. The same God.
Yeah, they were all acknowledging the same God.
So who founded Rhode Island, Mark?
Rob, like
Roger Williams.
Like look at it this way.
Why
right?
didn't he stay in Massachusetts?
He got thrown out of where the Puritans and the Quakers, who aren't the same groups, were living peacefully.
Okay, so which God was that? Were they all worshiping one God?
Yeah, according to they're all worshiping.
Why did they need to kick the guy out if they were worshiping the same God?
Way, right? If we're standing on a line, right, and we're all looking at the same direction. Am I looking at the same picture as the guy next to me? No, right? Because I'm in a physically different location, right? So my image is different, and I can stand miles and miles away from you on the same line, but I'm still looking on the same side of the line. And so the important thing is not what you're looking at, it's the orientation that you have while looking, because the orientation that you have while looking is the thing that allows you to discern things. And if you turn around and you start looking the other way, which is rebellion, right? If you turn around and you start looking the other way and you start playing with all the things on the other side, you break formation and you break unity. Like, it's that simple. Like, it's no more difficult than that.
And look, the Puritans all read roughly the same source material, and they all believed roughly the same thing, that through that source material you could get directly to God, and their conception of God was informed by the same book and the same traditions and the same concepts. And there are some differences in implementation. Nobody's going to deny that. There are some differences in doctrine, and there are some differences in dogma. And if we focus on those, as we have been, let's say we practice theology, then we're going to split apart, because we can't agree on those things. But we also don't have to agree on those things. We can agree on the final cause or the destination, right? We can agree on the ground of being, and that being is good. And if we do that, then we can all get along. And when we did that, we all got along. It's not that hard.
So how come Rhode Island had to become a state?
Because Roger Williams wouldn't stop trying to convert people in the village. And they said there's plenty of land over there. And we talked about this. It's quite possible the reason why the United States is breaking apart to some extent is simply a function of running out of land that people want to live in. And they're now squished up against one another. And now the religions are fighting again. And that might be the whole magic that Paul Vanderklay is missing. Because again, I'm fairly sure, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm fairly sure most Protestants were killed by other Protestants, not by the Catholics. Just saying.
I forgot about that. The difference between the 17th century in Europe and, you know, the United America is land. Like, that's the only difference. When people disagreed, they just moved away. They go move somewhere else and start again. Like, they're. Yeah,
Well, it's an interesting
it's really
concept.
pretty simple.
I got to get running in a little bit. So, any last? I mean, you guys can keep going, but I don't know.
No, Rob, look,
I'm winded.
I encourage you to think about the nature of contradiction and the nature of orthogonal existence, right? You can be of the same God and have a different implementation. There's no conflict there whatsoever. The conflict happens when you both try to do it at the same time at the same place or something, right? That's when the conflict happens. And so that's a function of distance and distance from one another. That's why Roger Williams had to go to Rhode Island. And they told him he could stay. It's just that he couldn't stop preaching. And they were like, if you're going to preach, you have to leave. And so they gave him his own land, and then there was no more fighting. But now maybe we're out of land to give people who want to fight, right? Maybe now the rebels either have to stop rebelling or we're going to have a war. It certainly seems like that's happening in Europe already. That happened in Europe even after the Puritans left Europe, right? There were still problems, and those problems didn't go away, as you saw from Salem. Like, we could go on the New England history tour all day, buddy, right? You know that. We both know it well.
We should do it, but at another time.
At another time, we should do a video about it, because we could go on all day about the mirror of Europe. And Adam and I have a talk on Navigating Patterns about the frontier of ideas, which is very good, by the way, where we're talking about shadows chasing shadows, right? We're mimicking illusions all over the place. And then you should watch the Friday live stream, and you can see somebody not only rebelling against absolutely everything, but also unable to disagree while rebelling. And then you can get a feel for, and as Manuel pointed out in this stream, we deal with those people all the time. There's lots of them. And there's lots of them either in or adjacent to whatever this little corner pretends to be, right? And we deal with a lot of them. And that's just a public example. And there's an earlier public example in one of my earlier live streams with a guy named David, right? And you know, you can criticize how we deal with it, but you're welcome to deal with it instead. I'd be happy to hand all those people off to somebody and let them deal with it. That'd be fine by me. I got other projects to do, right? I have no problem handing them off to some nice Christian group that wants to deal with them and has a better method. Please, by all means, please come and do that. I have other projects. I had 2 frustrated people in my live stream because they wanted to talk about something and they couldn't because a rebel was in there making trouble. But I encourage everybody to watch it and judge for themselves. Like, I'm not making anything up. I don't have to. It's all out there in the open.
Everything you say is true, Mark.
It's not about whether or not what I say
I'm
is
just
true,
joking
Rob.
around.
It's not about that. It's just about, you can go and look and make up your own mind. You really can. I'm not telling you what to think. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, everybody thinks their opinion matters to me, but quite honestly, it really honestly doesn't. There's a handful of people whose opinion matters to me on certain topics, and the rest of you, your opinions on everything are completely irrelevant to me. And I think that's very frustrating for people. And I'm sorry if you're frustrated, but I just don't have time to care about everybody's crappy, ill-informed opinion when they won't even engage with what's been done and said. They won't watch the videos. They won't talk about things that happened, and they want a fantasy, an illusion, to the point of the live stream, about reality.
Okay, I just realized what your shirt said, and I almost agree, but I'm
a free speech extremist, dude. This is a sargon of Akkad shirt. Free speech extremist, not absolutist. Extremist. It's a big difference.
All right, I'm gonna have to say that for another time. All right. Anything else? Manuel, no harm, no foul. Sorry if there was a beef.
Rob, I want to make the statement that I wanted to make about the conversation earlier, right? And
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's fine. The problem is, right? It's like, I don't understand what you were trying to do with rejecting the center. Like, I still don't understand. Like, the only thing that I can get is that you have an anxiety, and your anxiety.
So in America, we say it's polarized, and so if things,
I don't care what you're saying in America, dude. Like, I don't give a shit.
I know this is my perspective. I hate to take.
I get that you have a perspective, but that wasn't what was happening in the conversation. So why are you superseding your perspective over what was happening in the conversation?
I wasn't sure what you meant by the center. That was what I asked.
Yeah, but that was like the thing that I understood. The reason that you asked was because you didn't want to have a center. Like that was my understanding of the whole thing. I just
wanted to know the justification that there is a center, because you said that there was a rebellion against it.
Oh, okay. I can tell you, right? Like, Plato goes over this, right? So Plato says that there's the light, right? And the light is the source of all things. And then the light shines upon things, right? And we know that when we have a sun, right, like, it diffuses when it spreads in a sphere, right? So there's a center, which is the source of all things. And then when it gets expression, when it gets instantiated in the world, it goes around. Like, it becomes different. Like, so that's the center framing, right? And you can either accept that as a way that the world is, or you can reject it. But I'm not going to argue with you about whether that's the right way to look at the world or not. Like, if you don't want to look at the world that way, that's up to you.
No, it was the particular of this group of people. The particular was what I was interested in, not the whole world. The particulars of this group.
No, like, this is a universal truth. Like,
okay, I got to get going, but I accept. I get it. Universal truth, right? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Rob. Good to see you,
Mark. Good to see you, pal. See you guys.
Okay. Well, they got Greek Bible study coming up, so we got to get out of here anyway.
Yeah, Ethan, did you want to leave us with what was the thing?
Words of wisdom, Ethan. Come on. Light's frozen. Maybe he can't hear us.
The golden silence. Well, thank you everybody for watching. It was a blast, I guess.